US presidential elections. I'm Maeve McMahon, broadcasting live from our studio here in the heart of the EU quarter of Brussels. A city that's first of all breathing a sigh of relief this morning that the US elections have finally taken place. After a pretty toxic campaign, including 2 assassination attempts on one of the candidates, as well as a felony conviction, and another candidate pulling his name out of the race at the last minute, there is no shortage of drama. And here in Europe, we've been glued to every step. Now, as we speak here, the votes of tens of millions of voters are being totted up, and our newsroom is just waking up and digesting it all. So stay with us here for the next few hours live while we bring you the latest from the ground where the action is. The reactions from Brussels and beyond, and also sharp analysis from our experts here in the studio. At stake, of course, is not just the race for the White House, but also the Congress and the Senate. As you can see, I'm not alone. So first of all, a very good morning to our guests here in the studio. Boyd Wagner, Euronews' US elections analyst. Great to have you with us.
Great to be back with you.
Shona Murray, Euronews' European Affairs specialist.
Good morning.
And Sasha Vacalini, Euronews' Security and Defence specialist. So first of all, did you stay up all night?
I don't think I've slept since 2008 on a presidential election night. So I was 18 at that time, so we're geared up.
And what about you? How was your night?
Well, you know, we've been waiting for this moment for so long, for a couple of years, so you don't get much sleep. How about you, May?
A little bit, yeah. I guess I'm used to early mornings, so it's all good. Shona?
Not much sleep, but perfectly awake, full of adrenaline.
Full of adrenaline, absolutely, aren't we all? I mean, as we speak as well, we're live in the studio, but we've reporters as well who've been up all night long blogging live, so keep an eye on our website too. And of course, the action is not here, it's across the pond. So all morning we'll be heading over and back to Euronews' special correspondent Stefan Kobe, who's been covering US presidential elections since the 90s. And to hear what's happening on social media, we'll be heading over and back to James Thomas, who's in our newsroom. He'll be across X, Facebook, Reddit and TikTok, bringing us all the reactions online as they come in. And of course, if anyone's on YouTube, they should join our conversation here. We will keep an eye on those comments. And finally, to get the mood from all across the continent, we'll be crisscrossing it, checking in with our Euronews correspondents in Budapest, Berlin, Rome and Paris. So stay tuned here with Euronews if you want the European angle on these very important US presidential elections. But Boyd, let's turn to you first. You've literally just flown from Philadelphia to be with us here on Euronews, so we're very grateful to you. You have been eating and sleeping and drinking these elections for the last, as you said, for years.
Yep.
So what is your gut feeling now?
My feeling is that things look a lot more like 2016 than they do 2020. And that was really the trends that we needed to look at, was whether this was going to align more closely with the Donald Trump victory in 2016 or the Joe Biden victory in 2020. By all the metrics that we're looking at, it looks more like 2016, and actually it looks even more in favor right now of Donald Trump than it did in 2016. So he's actually outperformed not only the 2020 numbers, but also the 2016.
And 2016, Jonah, you remember well, you were on the trail.
That's right, with the Trump campaign actually in 2016, and they were shocked, just like the Dems were shocked. And actually the language from the Democratic National Convention, the Kamala Harris team, is reminiscent of 2016. They're saying, let's take a few days, let's count the votes. No, I don't think so. I think we're veering towards what looks like a Trump victory in those really crucial swing states.
Sasha?
It's also really notable. Do you know how things changed over the past hour or 2 hours? We didn't expect to see these trends happening so early at this stage. This is not what we saw in 2020 and in 2016 either.
No. It definitely looks like we could be looking at something, so make sure all our viewers know, probably somewhere between 8 o'clock in the morning and 9 o'clock in the morning, Central European time, we could have a real result.
It just goes to show you as well. I mean, we were talking yesterday about this Iowa poll saying that Iowa was possibly in play for Kamala Harris, and you know that the swing states are moving towards Kamala Harris victory, and there was secret women voting for Kamala Harris against the wishes of their husbands, and all of these ideas that would lead to, you know, the first woman president of the United States and African-American president, or female president. But it just goes to show you all those things. You just can't believe them at all. You really just have to wait, don't you? I mean,
you have to wait, and you have to stay with us here on Euronews, because, of course, we're very much fact-based. We'll be bringing you all the facts as we get them. Boyd, I have 1,000 million questions for you, because you have a lot of explaining to do as well on how this whole electoral system works, and the magic number, that 270. And, of course, the fact that this is not just about the race for the White House. We're talking about Senate Senate as well, and Congress. But first, let's head over to our special correspondent, Stefan Kobe, who's been in DC for the last couple of days, with his ears and eyes on the ground there. Stefan, lovely to have you with us. First of all, tell us, you're there in front of the White House. What is happening and what is the mood there?
Yeah, good evening, Maeve. I can only confirm what you guys have said so far. Democrats are very nervous. They're actually terrified. This is a feeling of 2016 all over again. And they're wondering, why don't they call Virginia? Why don't they call New Hampshire and Maine? All these supposedly blue states that should be in Kamala Harris's column already, but it's not forthcoming. At the same time, they've seen all their dreams becoming pipe dreams. You mentioned Iowa, some of the Senate races where they also were very hopeful wouldn't come to pass. And that is exactly the atmosphere here in Washington, a city where Democratic candidates routinely score north of 85%. I think Hillary Clinton even got more than 90%, Joe Biden as well. The bars in the city are empty. We're just past midnight here. People are not in the streets. They're not celebrating. And this is very, very muted, especially here in front of the White House. You can see a few hundred yards behind me is the North Portico. The security measures are very, very tight. They've built a fence, a 2-meter high fence around the entire White House complex. Many shops and restaurants in this neighborhood here are boarded up. People fear violence after the events of January the 6th, 2021. It's not a nice atmosphere, I can say. And I've noticed this all week. Normally, an election should be a celebration of democracy. But in America, it has come down to that the leaders have to be barricaded and protected. And people people are not happy with this election. It's not that they sense now that their candidate is going to lose, but throughout the entire election campaign, it was a weird feeling of dread, and people are so happy that it's over. Although here in the District of Columbia, they would have wished a different outcome. Now, nothing is done yet. So far, there are no surprises. Donald Trump has won all the states that he won 4 years ago, and not more. But as you say, the numbers point in a different direction here, and Kamala Harris is we haven't heard from her all evening. Apparently, she is still at the vice presidential residence at the Naval Observatory. She's supposed to go to Howard University. It's one of the historically black colleges in the United States, which is her alma mater. This is where she graduated from. And they were preparing a big election night party. Well, it might turn sour very soon, Maeve.
So very muted Washington, D.C. there, Stefan. As you say, barricades up already, many waiting for some sort of social unrest, and many already very disappointed what the outcome could potentially be. What we're looking at, Stefan Kobe, and talk to us as someone who's been covering these elections since the 90s, is a very, very divided and polarised America.
Well, absolutely. I can tell you a story. Last Sunday, I was at Mass in a church, and the minister had the congregation pray for peace. I've never heard that anywhere else in the world. Knowing that this is a polarized society, it is a divided country, but it's more than that. People are looking at each other not as fellow citizens, but rather as enemies. And much of this has to do, of course, with the political rhetoric that we've been hearing for years now, notably from Donald Trump. I mean, let's face it. This has created an atmosphere of suspicion, of anxiety, and as I said, the people are not happy about the election. There's no joy. There is just dread. If Kamala Harris wins, maybe it will lead to some change, but right now, I think people are very, very pessimistic about this whole thing.
There is no joy, there is dread. Stefan Grobe, thank you so much for that live update from Washington, D.C. We'll come back to you a little bit later, but now let's bring in again our studio guests here. Boyd, of course, we're not just looking at the race to the White House tonight. We're also looking at the Senate and the Congress. What should we watch out for?
Yeah, so just to contextualize everything, you have in a year like this, well, in every year, you have about a third of the Senate who is up for election. The Senate is 100 members of the higher chamber of U.S. Congress. The Democrats this year are defending more seats in the U.S. Senate than the Republicans are. So it gives the Republicans more opportunity to gain a majority. Right now, they have the Democrats have a very, very slim lead, 51-49, when you include the independents who caucus with the Democrats. And based on what the current trends are, it looks like the Republicans are going to win the Senate as well. So that gives them, and that was projected before the election. It was something that I've been writing about, something I've been talking about for us at Euronews. So it is aligning with projections, but it is a bit more strongly favoring that direction right now. So you have a state like in Pennsylvania, obviously a hotly contested state for the presidential race. It's also an incredibly close race for the U.S. Senate. And right now, the last numbers that I saw was that Dave McCormick, the Republican challenger, is currently ahead of Bob Casey, the 3-term incumbent U.S. Senator from Pennsylvania.
Would you put it down to inflation? Is that what you're saying? Is that why people are voting Republican and are voting for Donald Trump, because they see under Biden and the Dems leading the Senate that they have less money in their pocket?
Is the economy stupid?
Yes, yeah, to quote James Carville, it does seem that way. I will point out some anecdotes. I've been trying to talk to people throughout the early morning here in Europe and the late night over back home in the U.S. I will point out some anecdotes throughout the morning here as we go through, but that has been largely the point, that there are only so many people who can vote on issues like abortion is supposed to be one to drive the day for the Harris campaign. It's supposed to be something to drive the women out to vote. And it's something that has definitely tracked in the polls of being that way. And we've been skeptical that maybe women are being underrepresented in the polls. But in fact, it's looking like the economy is being the main issue driving voters right now. I mean, when I left my house last week, I wanted to go grocery shopping for my family. It cost about $350 to do just the week shopping for the family. I think that's something that a lot of voters have in mind. And when they think back what the Trump presidency was before, whether there was the impact or not, we can debate later, but it certainly was not the case 4, 5, 6 years ago. So I think that's what people are recognizing, and that's probably what's driving a lot of the vote right now.
Do we know if women came out in the way that they were supposed to have?
Last numbers I did see was still tracking with that. It still seemed like a strong female voter turnout. We'll continue to monitor that, but the exit polls have still backed that up. It may not have been as strong for Harris. It might not have been. We've been talking a lot about a historic gender gap in the United States of America voting. It may not quite be historic. So that's something we'll watch the rest of the morning.
And of course, third-party candidates as well. I've seen Jill Stein get a lot of votes as well from people who are just not happy with the two candidates, the main candidates that were on that paper. Yeah,
and it would have been really interesting if someone like Robert F. Kennedy would have still been in the race to see how that might have impacted things. That probably could have hurt Donald Trump, given the subsequent endorsement of Donald Trump by Robert F. Kennedy Jr. And so, but even still, there is a very, very high rate of vote right now for both the Green Party candidate and the Libertarian candidate.
So Jill Stein could have been taking votes from Kamala Harris. Is that what could be the case? What lost it for Kamala? One of the reasons that Kamala Harris may lose this race?
Yeah. I mean, just to put it into some European context, the Green Party in America and Jill Stein would be somewhat like the left party here in U.S. or in European Parliament.
The far left.
Yes, the far left. So they don't always agree with the Democrats on a whole host of issues. But if you're going to be taking voters away from one party and giving them to Jill Stein, they would most likely be coming from just disinterested and disaffected Democrat voters.
Okay, a lot to get through, a lot to talk about. But if you've just joined us, you're live here on Euronews. We're broadcasting from our studio here in the heart of the EU quarter. We'll be with you for the next couple of hours, giving you the European angle. What's at stake for this continent with these US presidential elections? Of course, the story is on the other side of the pond, but with so many issues at stake and Europe really deep in trouble at the moment, there's a lot of issues we need to talk through. As it stands now, you can see the map there up on your screens. It's still very early days, but it is looking like we're seeing a lot of red there in that map. I'm here in the studio joined by Sasha Vacalini. She's our security and defence expert. Shona Murray, our European affairs specialist, and Boyd Wagner, who's our US elections analyst and specialist. Sasha, just from your perspective, where you're coming from, what are you looking out for here?
A massive change, and we're going to see this massive change when it comes to Europe's defense and security. Either it's Trump or Harris, because things are going to change. What we're going to see on their agenda would be first and foremost America first. Boyd, correct me if I'm wrong, but we're going to have the whole change in the way the US and Europe have to cooperate when it comes to defense and security. Of course, we're going to bring up all the NATO spendings, the defense spendings. These are, things are not the way they used to be in terms of defense as they were on the agenda in 2020. They're not the same as they were on the agenda in 2016. But this will change from the point of view, of course, of a massive focus here in Europe on the full-scale invasion of Russia into Ukraine that is going on. Ukraine is watching these elections, I would say, as never before. I have been watching a few live shows by Ukrainian media, and you have to understand the country is 2.5 years into the full-scale invasion. This is primary and the only focus now for Ukraine. But the Ukrainian medias have been running live shows since last night covering this topic. From that point of view, of course, Kyiv and the authorities there are saying that they're going to work with either candidate. They have to say that. They got burnt already once about possible interference with American politics. But when it comes to Ukraine, I think Ukrainians understood that when it comes to your defense and security, you have to rely on yourself first and foremost. And this is something that Brussels has to catch up to.
We've seen as well here in Brussels MEPs speaking on this. We saw David McAllister yesterday, the head of the Foreign Affairs Committee in the European Parliament, saying that if Trump does, win these elections, it would be a major stress test, Shona, for the European Union.
Yes, well, I spoke to senior officials just last night before this all unfolded, and the prevailing tone is anxiousness amongst the majority of member states about what this could mean for Europe in the short term. Obviously, they said we'll have to wait and see about the Trump team that is implemented, if it is Donald Trump, but anxiousness around the implications for Ukraine, European security, and also the hostile nature that Donald Trump treated the European Union with. And so that would be very difficult when the European Union is, as you said earlier, Maeve, really in something of a malaise. We heard from the Draghi report that we need something like 800 billion euros a year investment at a time when you're looking at potential tariffs from Donald Trump. And then also, even if he applies more tariffs on China, the concern is, where does that oversupply go? Does it go to Europe as well? So Europe battling on all fronts. From a more, let's say, optimistic note, the European Commission has been engaging with these task forces to try to create, quote, opportunities for a Trump administration. But that is, not within the gift of the European Union. That's all about to happen if Trump retakes the White House.
Of course, there was a breakdown of trust as well, wasn't there, for a couple of years that they had to rebuild then again for the last 4 years. So.
On that point, I was just tracking the Twitter sphere, just looking at stuff in the U.S., and I happened to come across a tweet from our own CEO here at Euronews, Klaus Stearns. He made a very good point on this, that Donald Trump is essentially a wake-up call, and that it forces Europeans to have to basically work together.
Yeah, but wasn't it a wake-up call a couple of years ago? Yeah. That is my point.
It was like
why did we have to wait for all these years?
That
was already a wake-up call.
Well, I mean, during that first term, Donald Trump made the point over and over again about NATO and about the investment needed from European countries in NATO, and that has happened.
23 countries
right, of course. The situation is not the same as it used to be. But that was already a wake-up call years ago.
Yeah.
But then we waited. The situation about waiting and saying, maybe it's not. Okay, now we can get ready. Now we can get ready for the stress test. Now, no, guys, that happened years ago there.
I think if Harris was to win, we would see a feeling of complacency perhaps in this town, business as usual. And if Trump was to win, we could see a very splintered EU. I don't really see the EU uniting. You could see a more emboldened far right here as well. But you were already monitoring the social media. That is the job of our James Thomas as well, who's in the heart of our newsroom all morning, keeping an eye on what people are tweeting or expressing on X, of course on Reddit as well, on TikTok, on Instagram. So I think we can bring in now him and find out what is the mood. Are people already reacting to this potential outcome?
Well, Maeve, as you can imagine, social media is abuzz with speculation as to who's going to win. Is it going to be Donald Trump? Is it going to be Kamala Harris? But really, of course, no one knows anything until it's over. I mean, even us here in the studio, we think that we might have the expertise, but really we don't really know until the very end of the night or the morning here in Europe. But there are a few things that I can bring your attention to, so I'm just going to bring you those up now on the screen. So, of course, we're hearing from the candidates themselves, both Donald Trump and Kamala Harris. Of course, they're kind of not really tweeting anything too provocative at the moment on Twitter in any case. Here's Kamala Harris. She's striking a very hopeful tone. Today we have the chance to vote for a future of freedom, opportunity and justice, not just for some but for all. And we move over to Donald Trump, who is sort of saying the same thing, urging Republicans to get out and vote, make sure that they stay in line if they are in line. But it is worth pointing out, however, that Trump, of course, has his own Truth Social, and he's been a little bit more provocative there. He's already been making allegations there of large cheating in Philadelphia, suggesting the line of attack that he might follow, I guess, later on in the day, if indeed things do go south for him. Of course, officials have denied this, so it's very important to underscore that this hasn't happened at all. There is no evidence whatsoever of any cheating in Philadelphia that we know of, so just keep that in mind. Of course, Barack Obama, former President Barack Obama, a big name in US politics, he's also tweeting and brings us some wise words. He's reminding, kind of as I said at the beginning there, we don't know anything until it's over. It's going to be a long process. He says it took several days to count every ballot in 2020, so it's very likely that we won't know anything or the definitive results anytime soon. So just to keep calm, thousands of election workers around the country, around the US, are working hard today, so to respect them, let them do their job. The next point, very important, don't share things before checking your sources, very important for social media. Obviously, we often associate that more with Trump supporters, this misinformation, this kind of fake news. But, Harris supporters can be prone to it as well, a little bit of hyperbole, the odd conspiracy theory. So everyone just needs to remain calm, check their sources, check things before sharing them. And then, again, let the process run its course. It takes time. And then just one final thing, which I think you'll like in particular, Maeve. Obviously, we are Euronews. We're very interested in the European perspective and what Europeans are thinking. And obviously, we have Boyd here with us to try and digest the US political system and the US electoral system and make that easier to digest and understand for us Europeans. However, it seems, according to some anyway, that we don't actually need that, and there are plenty of Europeans who are already very au fait with the US electoral system, more so than the European electoral system. I love this meme here. Again, it's worth mentioning there are plenty of memes and jokes out there on social media to get us through the night. But this one, it says that European citizens, or some European citizens anyway, are happy to learn the intricacies of the US electoral system and swing states, but they also might have no idea what a commissioner is, or a European commissioner, or what they do. And of course, it's accompanied by these cute pictures of Pikachu. So very interesting. It definitely shows that there are some Europeans, at the very least, that care more about these elections than maybe the European elections we had back in the summer, and might be food for thought for, President Ursula von der Leyen and other big EU officials who might want to think how they can make the European electoral system and political system far more engaging for the average citizen.
Thomas, thank you so much for that. And of course, a very important point you've raised there's been numerous debates in Brussels and beyond about how to make the European Parliament elections that little bit more interesting. But of course, to do that, you'd need treaty change and serious reform. So we're not quite there yet.
And that's why we're talking about treaty change, because we'll just turn everybody off. And that's
exactly.
the problem, isn't it? People get turned off when it's the European Parliament elections. We have the commissioner hearings this week. Did anyone even know? I mean, we did, obviously, but lots of people don't even know. Unless maybe it's their country's commissioner. But the implications of that, people aren't really taking into account.
Unless there's a scandal.
But what's interesting is that it does actually, but if you dig deeper, it says an awful lot about how Europe views the US. We're almost like sitting ducks. We listen to see how the US is going to affect us rather than engaging in our own parliamentary system as to how we can maybe change it or,
But
drive it
it's
better.
so entertaining, Shona.
Yeah, entertaining, fine. But look at us now. We're saying, oh my God, how screwed are we going to be if Trump comes in because he hates us?
But why is Trump so popular?
In America or here in Europe? Because we could.
In America.
But in America, Trump definitely has a, we'll call it a movable base. But that base is what, like 35, 36, 37% of people. So there is obviously not just that base of support that drives and is going to win, apparently, this election for him. I mean, the reason why is because I think that Trump is who Trump is, right? So when you're talking about the character of Donald Trump, you may not like it. You may absolutely disdain it. And there are a lot of people that I will talk to throughout the rest of the morning here that absolutely disdain it. But Trump is Trump, and everything that you see from him at a podium is exactly who you get. And I think that people question that about the vice president. And the authenticity factor. So I think that has a lot to play with it.
And it's interesting because obviously his Make America Great Again has caught on here in Europe as well. We've seen the Hungarian president, who's currently presiding over the EU Council, catch on to the Make Europe Great Again. And of course, Viktor Orban, a little bit later in the week, will be hosting the European political community. So not just EU member states, but beyond, for a pretty important summit.
Exactly. And the EU member states will be gathering on Friday, and they will be digesting this, no doubt, endlessly. And remember that what Viktor Orban said, he has the champagne ready for a Donald Trump victory. So that'll show you the divisions within the European Council that are about to emerge and probably strengthen, because undoubtedly this win for Donald Trump has emboldened the likes of Viktor Orban, Fico, and maybe Giorgia Meloni. We never know. The idea that the EU is going to jumpstart it, its recovery is... And
Sasha, we saw, of course, the Hungarian Prime Minister Viktor Orban show up in Georgia just the other day at a very tense time for the country, just after those elections, which the president called, spoiled. Like, not there's obviously big investigations into those elections. Will we see now Viktor Orban perhaps travelling over to congratulate Donald Trump if he is the next president of the United States?
Surely, yeah. I think that he will definitely use this opportunity and, to pop some of that champagne together as well and to celebrate, because he's clearly running on this moment. And Orban has said many, many times, as Shona said, about the fact that he is going to celebrate, and he would want to be there with Trump as well to celebrate and to catch that moment on cameras as well.
And it's a wider movement for Viktor Orban and for Trump and those uber conservatives. So no doubt they'll shine on this one.
Boyd, do you have some data for us there?
Yeah, it looks like, as we kind of predicted, the U.S. Senate has flipped from the Democrats to the Republicans. Two confirmed seats, being Ohio and West Virginia right now, have flipped from Democrat to Republican. And that would give the Republicans the majority in the next 2 years of U.S. Congress. So that's good for if it is a President Trump, and that is a big roadblock. If Vice President Harris can come through and somehow manage to win this, it becomes tougher without the U.S. Senate on her side, as it has been for the past 2 years.
With the Europeans quaking in their boots now at all this, do you think that, one thing that has been said is that there is bipartisan support for Ukraine and bipartisan support for NATO. Do you think that will sustain?
Yeah, I do, because I think that when you're talking about 100 members of Congress or of the U.S. Senate and then another 435 in Congress, there's obviously going to be some splits in opinions. There might be people that are a bit more of the isolationist vein in the Republican Party that has kind of grown over the past couple of years. And the Donald Trump's running mate, J.D. Vance, even kind of falls within that line.
Very much.
He wavers on certain places. He's definitely more pro supporting Israel than he is in his rhetoric in supporting Ukraine. However, there still remain a lot of just what I call old school Republicans who are about projecting the American strength abroad, who have a continued, for over 30 years, disdain for Russia, particularly. So I think that within Congress still there is going to be that, of course, there's going to be the legislating needing and the back and forth to get packages done. But I would not worry too much about aid. I think that it will still be similar to kind of what we have seen over the past 2 years.
But with some of those old school Republicans retiring, that's the issue. And the likes of J.D. Vance, he said, quote, I don't care what's happening in Ukraine. You know,
he
maybe
did.
that language might, come through.
He did, but we also have to see how Trump is going to be seen from Moscow, because this is, I'm not sure they're going to be popping up that champagne in Moscow, because we have to hear from, like we've heard recently from Dmitry Medvedev, who is the former president, the former prime minister, and, so he commented specifically on Trump's words when Trump said he's going to finish the war in 24 hours. And Medvedev had this post when he said he cannot stop the war, not in a day, not in 3 days, not in 3 months. And if he really tries, he could be the next JFK. And I'm quoting him there. This is Moscow
Dangerous.
Authorities commenting on Trump's. So Trump's comments about finishing the war in 24 hours had separate reaction in Kiev, in Ukraine. We're going to touch upon that. But this is not a celebratory mode there. And they do know already that the fact this bipartisan support is also what they call in Russia the consensus that Russia must be defeated. And this is going to be really interesting to watch to see how it's coming. And also, they know that they can't really rely much on Trump's promises there as well.
And as we saw earlier, the mood in Washington is also very subdued tonight. Sasha Vakilini, our Stefan Kobe, is standing by for us there. Stefan, good to see you there. It looks pretty quiet there behind you. Has everyone gone to bed already?
I guess so, except me and some other foreign correspondents standing in the empty street in front of the White House. I just wanted to weigh in on what you said about the foreign policy. Let's not forget that if we have a Republican majority, even in the House, if the Republicans maintain their majority in the House of Representatives, small majority, but a majority, this wouldn't tell us anything. I mean, the outgoing Congress was the least productive in American history, and the House, the Republicans in the House were busy fighting a Republican civil war between the conservative members and the most conservative members, assuming that obviously the party of Ronald Reagan and John McCain is dead, and the few pieces of legislation that Congress passed were passed with considerable Democratic support. And I could imagine that this would happen when it comes to Ukraine aid as well. There is still a large support in the American public in favor of support for Ukraine. And I think this is something that we shouldn't we should keep in mind. It's not that because Trump is president and Congress is Republican that Ukraine is lost. I mean, and certainly when we talk about the diplomatic activity, President Harris would be much more favorable favorable in terms of internationalism, globalism, and international support for Ukraine than Donald Trump. But I wouldn't count it out entirely yet, Maeve.
And Stefan, of course, normally you're based with us here in Brussels, but you've been over there now for almost a week. What other issues have been on voters' minds as they went to the polls?
Well, we know what is important. The economy, well, this is a very generic term. The economy can be good for some people and bad for others. Inflation is still an issue, although the economists tell us that inflation has come down to 2.5% or something, but people still don't see it when they do grocery shopping in the supermarket. The topic of women's rights, reproductive rights, came up, and in some states surged to the top of the list. That's why the Harris campaign was very optimistic about this race, because that is obviously something that energizes women across the board. But obviously, it hasn't been a deal breaker in this entire race. But those were the topics. Foreign policy, not so much. Even the war in the Middle East, except for Michigan, etc., where we have large Arab American communities. But foreign policy was not a a vote getter in this election. That's for sure. But other than that, there were a lot of topics that played virtually no role, interestingly, and one of them is climate change and the fight against climate change, which in Europe is the exact opposite, right? In the United States, not so much, despite the terrible hurricanes that we've experienced in states that massively voted for Donald Trump. The economy, inflation, abortion, those were the top topics. And then also a generic topic, democracy and protection of democracy. Now, obviously, people have different ideas of what that means. Democrats believe Trump is a threat to democracy, and Trump voters say that the liberal elites, the coastal elites, are a threat to democracy because they want to, to bring down conservatives in culture, in media, etc. Just ask Elon Musk about this. Those were the topics, and now we have almost the result. Maeve.
Europe. If you've just joined us, you're watching Euronews, America Votes. Europe is watching. We're live here in our studio in the heart of the EU quarter in Brussels. I'm here in the studio with Boyd Wagner, our US politics expert, Shona Murray, our European Affairs analyst, and Sasha Vacalini, our defence and security analyst. No one's got much sleep tonight. We'll be with you live for the next couple of hours. Our team as well in our newsroom are also live blogging, bringing you all the results as we get them and telling you, of course, what these potential outcomes could mean for Europe and for the EU institutions for the next couple of years. Boyd, tell us what we know so far.
We know so far that we are looking at a map that is trending towards Donald Trump. We've made over the course of the last half hour a few points about the things that are trending towards Trump. I will quickly mention some good news for Harris. There was a late push by the Trump campaign into the state of Virginia. The state of Virginia, which is obviously just south of Washington, D.C., right across the river, for a long time, like 60 years, was a Republican stronghold until the election of Barack Obama in 2008. Ever since then, it has gone Democrat every single time. The Republicans made a late push into this. I had a conversation with, actually, for Euronews, with Donald Trump's pollster last week, and he talked about how they were pushing into it because they saw the numbers and it was trending in their direction. That looks like a fool's errand. At this point, it looks like Virginia's called for Harris, so that is a good one. However, within that, there is some bad news. Biden won Virginia by about 10 points. Harris is looking to win it by about 5 points right now.
And what should our viewers be watching out for tonight? Of course, to win the presidency, you need this simple majority, right, of 270.
Yeah, so with North Carolina already called, there are a couple states that we need to look at. I think Georgia is going to be called relatively soon. You're looking at over 95% already reporting right now, and Trump is up about 2.5 points. That exceeds what the pre-election polling was. Trump was up about 1.5 in pre-election polling, so this is a little bit higher than that. So I expect Georgia to probably come in relatively soon. From either the networks in the U.S. or with the AP. But the three that we need to watch most intently, of course, my home state of Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin. I said going into this race, Harris has to win Michigan and Wisconsin. If she loses either, I said, Trump needs to win Georgia, Arizona, North Carolina. He loses any of them, Harris is going to win the election. The same goes for Harris, Michigan, Wisconsin. Harris loses either of those, this election is likely over because Donald Trump could still win with Michigan and without Pennsylvania. So if he wins Michigan, then you are likely looking at a Trump victory. So she has to hold on and somehow manage. However, the numbers look to be going in his favor in both Michigan and Wisconsin right now.
Very telling.
Boyd, I mean, what was interesting what Stefan said there, that inflation, obviously we heard a lot about it throughout the whole campaign for the past 3 or 4 years, but it's gone down to 2.5%, although that hasn't translated into people's pockets in the grocery store yet. However, there is evidence of that. So what actually went wrong as well? I mean, do you think that America just wasn't ready for a woman president?
No, I think that this was a large discussion we had in 2016, and it was a major talking point after the election. America's not ready for a female president. That was the reason why Hillary Clinton lost. I think Hillary Clinton probably lost that election because of being a relatively unliked politician. And I emphasize and italicize and bold the word politician.
Which Donald Trump was, in contrast, very much
exactly.
Made a virtue out of it.
I tend to not believe, and this might just be the in defense of America in me, and there might be also in defense of men in me. I tend to not think that that it has anything to do with Harris being a woman. I think it has more to do with other aspects of either the connection, the wrong track in America, the wrong direction in America in the polling is so bad. It is like negative 30 point. It's at like a net negative 30 points for Joe Biden. That connects directly with Harris, and that has been what the Trump campaign has tried to push over and over again. That's what the Harris campaign has tried to separate themselves from. I think it has more to do with stuff like that than anything else.
And Boyd, tonight this morning you're referring a lot to AP. That's of course Associated Press. That's the data we'll be relying on the Associated Press all morning for get confirmations really. But we've been hearing a lot about Trump. It looks like a very good morning for Trump so far, for Donald Trump. And on that note, we can now head over to Philip Crowther, Euronews correspondent, who's actually at the Trump headquarters as we speak, waiting potentially for Donald Trump to take to the podium. Philip, so lovely to have you with us this morning here on Euronews. Tell us what the mood is behind you. People starting to celebrate already, or maybe it's too early?
People are ready to celebrate here. It's a very enthusiastic atmosphere here at the Convention Centre in West Palm Beach. Big applause again in the last few minutes when a graphic was played on the big screens here that showed that Donald Trump was projected to win the swing state of Georgia. That's the second projection for him in those 7 swing states. North Carolina first, now Georgia as well. You can see the stage just behind me. Thousands of his supporters are now amassing close to that stage. You can see the around 30 US flags behind the podium there. That is where they and we expect the Republican candidate to speak at some point. We were expecting this to happen before midnight local time. It's now 20-1, so this is clearly going to be a longer election party than expected, but a very joyful one at this point. Now, these were supporters who were always confident that Donald Trump could win this presidential election, but now they feel almost certainty. They certainly are seeing the good signs. The projections, first of all, that swing states are going to be in Donald Trump's win column, but also the partial results from other key states in the Rust Belt, the likes of Michigan, Wisconsin, and the Pennsylvania,
and that was Philip Crowther there, Euronews reporter there, reporting live for us from the headquarters of Donald Trump, telling us that his supporters are in fantastic form. They're already celebrating. They're convinced that he will be heading to the White House. We're here on Euronews Live analysing what this will mean, of course, for the European Union. Shona, we haven't got any reactions yet from any officials here. No. It's just 20-7 here, local time.
No, and I think, like I said earlier, there's an anxiousness about this because we've been here before with Donald Trump in 2016. But that was before COVID. That was before the war, the full-scale invasion of the war in Ukraine. That was when there was less of a malaise within the European Union when it comes to the motor of the EU in France and Germany. So Europe was actually in better shape to resist this or to be a little bit more vigorous in its response to Donald Trump. Whereas, in fact, we are completely codependent on the United States now when it comes to our own security, something that we've recognised for some time, but at the same time have done very little bit about. And there is some, I suppose, feeling that maybe this will be the final shock that will jolt the European Union into its own autonomy. But, I mean, we're not ready for it yet.
We're not ready for that. The last EU summit with heads of state and government that took place a few weeks ago here in Brussels, I don't think there was even a discussion on how the continent would work together if potentially Trump came into office. And Sasha, looking at you, of course, our security and defence expert, our dependency on the US has increased since that horrific invasion of Ukraine back in 2022.
Yes, absolutely. But we also have to think of, like as Shona rightly so mentioned, we're talking now about the full-scale invasion of Ukraine, but we have to look back. We have to look at the 2014. We have to look at the first invasion of of Russia and the whole annexation of Crimea and the invasion in the east of Ukraine, because this is the pattern that we're going to be seeing in the way how Europe and how America reacted in 2014, whether there was a reaction. I mean, if the West reacted differently and stronger, we wouldn't have had now the full-scale invasion of 2022.
Yeah, we hear that. So
We wouldn't have had it, absolutely. But the sanctions response and the response by America, by Washington, by Brussels was not enough at that stage. That was a weak one, and then we're going to bring the whole Obama policies there. I know, I see your face, and I know we're going to go there.
I was going to say that, I mean, around this table, there's going to be concern about the can America be relied upon. Just a reminder, in that era you were talking about, that was Democrat in charge of the White House.
Yes, but he was Obama's VP.
It was Joe Biden.
It was Joe Biden, and Joe Biden visited Ukraine for 7 times as vice president during his tenure, exactly with Russia's first-scale invasion. And he's been so involved in terms of understanding the situation in Ukraine. That goes back to the 70s, to his whole political career. He knows that he was also really involved when it came to the revolution of dignity, to the Maidan revolution. He was communicating with the coalition when Yanukovych fled the country. He was trying to put the coalition all together. He was really active. Obama was not. That's the thing. And there was another concern in Ukraine, for example. There was another concern that Harris, in this regard, would not be like closer to Biden, but she might be closer to Obama.
Yeah, well, the reason that
when it comes to foreign policy,
the reason Biden was brought in to be that running mate was because of that foreign policy background that you're talking about. Obama, when he ran in 2008, had only been a sitting senator for 2 years. He was a very young politician at that point, and all of his experience was on domestic issues. And so they had to bring in someone from the outside as a running mate to kind of stand the leg on something like foreign policy. That is why Biden was there. So I think that tracks.
And remember, Obama's number one foreign policy in 2008 was his reset with Russia. And he, do you remember he had made that sort of slur at John McCain, saying, the Cold War is over.
That was, Mitt Romney in 2012.
Was it Mitt Romney?
Yeah, Mitt Romney.
I thought it was John McCain's. Yeah, exactly. The Cold War is over. Get over it, essentially. Disregarding what had happened in Georgia and South Ossetia in 2008, under, when Obama just became president. And disregarding the warning signs that were there all along when Putin was growing stronger and stronger and stronger. So, yeah, I mean, we all can look back. And, you mentioned, Sasha, the lack of response in 2014 during Crimea from the United States. Let's talk about Europe.
Exactly. No, I mentioned both. I mentioned both states, that both partners, the most important. There was lack of proper, strong enough response to the first invasion and to the annexation of Crimea in 2014, both from the United States of America and from the European Union.
And a sense of shock on the morning of that invasion. I remember the shock. I remember waking up here at 5 a.m, even though the Americans had been warning for weeks and weeks and weeks, and Antony Blinken, the Secretary of State. But here, Joseph Borrell, the Foreign Affairs Chief, was absolutely shocked. He did not see it coming.
Yeah, I mean, that is true, actually. I remember just in the days beforehand, people were saying to me, it'll be a self-fulfilling prophecy if, the Americans don't continue going on about this. They had open source intelligence. The US ambassador to the European Union, Mark Gittenstein, came in January with information saying it's not if, it's when. Yeah. There's 170,000 troops built up on the border now. That has not reduced. There's field hospitals. You need to wake up, folks. And then we saw that incredible footage of President Zelensky and President Macron on the phone. And Macron truly shell-shocked at what Zelensky was telling him, which is, this is not the East. They're in Bucha, they're in Kyiv, they're coming through Chernobyl. And yet, it seems that this is just ongoing and Europe hasn't really shocked itself into waking up.
And it's worth pointing out that Stefan Kobe, our correspondent who's in DC for us live all morning, said foreign policy did not play much of a role in these elections. It was the economy, immigration,
abortion,
climate change,
protecting democracy. Those were your top three.
Climate change didn't play a role, and yet we've got COP29 taking place in a couple of days in Azerbaijan.
I mean, the climate change issue. This is one that I like to draw the comparisons with Europe.
Yes,
this is one that's very similar to Europe in the context that, from the political strategist standpoint, in my mind. When times are good, you can talk about things like climate change. When times are bad, you talk about everything else that really matters in
Even though times are really bad.
We do remember when Trump said that he did not believe in climate change.
And he pulled out.
Sorry, we have to bring that up. And
Donald
Trump
from
the Paris Agreement. His comments about not believing in climate change.
Yeah, this has been an ongoing topic, and this has been an ongoing topic for many Republicans over like decades now about the climate change issue. And you begin to find more of a split with. We've talked about some of these more isolationist, younger Republicans coming in. They are also the ones that may be more on the side of climate change being a real issue. So there is some give and take on stuff like that. But yeah, it simply is not a major factor in this election. There are people that vote on it. There are people that bring it up as the number one issue, but that number has dropped.
But we have to also bring up, when you say that there was not much focus on foreign policy, and when it comes, it's on different things. But again, and this is what I'm going to bring back to the full-scale invasion, because there wasn't much here either. There wasn't enough. There surely wasn't enough in the European Union.
Parliament elections?
Yeah, I mean, not before. I mean, I'm talking before the full-scale invasion. So that's the way you react only when it happens. 2014 was not enough. As well, this is what we've seen now during this summer, during the elections, and then in France as well. I mean, after the European elections and then in France, this is when we start getting the focus, and this is when we start getting the attention on defense, because the war is right here. The direct flight to Kiev from Brussels takes 2 hours. It's very close.
A lot of political instability as well, as we see a lot of governments from Berlin to Paris with very tricky situations. But let's just remind our viewers, if they have just joined us, that we're live here on Euronews. A very good morning to you. This is America Votes. Europe is watching. Our newsroom is waking up and taking a look at the picture right now as it stands in the United States there, with a lot of red on that map and very little blue and a little bit of grey. It's looking like a good outcome so far for Donald Trump and for the Republican Party. Of course, still to be confirmed. The votes are being totted up as we speak. We're live here in the studio with Boyd Wagner, our US politics expert, Shona Murray, our European Affairs specialist, and Sasha Vacalini, our defence and security correspondent. Boyd, tell us what we know so far.
Well, like we're looking at right here, we are looking at a very, very red map. We still have to watch those key 3 states in the northern part, where it was just that bit of shaded light red. That means that those states are not yet called: Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin. In the south there, you see Georgia in the bottom right, southeast. I expect Georgia to probably be called relatively soon, like I've mentioned before. Out west, Arizona, that's another key one. That's one that went for Biden in 2020 after going for Trump in 2016. And the last gray one that you see there, with the exception of Alaska out there, we expect Alaska to go for Donald Trump and Republicans. But the last gray one you see out there is Nevada. Nevada actually just closed their polls probably about an hour ago, doing the math here, about an hour ago. But they have a 0 in reporting right now, and that's because under Nevada law, they cannot start counting and reporting the counts on any of those votes until after the last person is voted. And if you get in line in Nevada law, if you get in line at 9 o'clock, they have to let you vote. So there are probably still people in line in major place in Nevada like Las Vegas, where there are a high population. There are probably still people in line voting, so we might not know. But however, Nevada is only 6 electoral college votes, and the way this map is trending, it might not matter.
And we've, of course, got a live blog as well, Boyd, here on Euronews, and there's a whole blurb on why it's taking Nevada so long to count those votes, of course, and that's why that is not uncoloured. And we've also been asking people online on Euronews which US presidential candidate would be a better choice for Europeans. Anyone want to guess what the answer is?
I think that we know the answer to that one.
So 65.8% Kamala Harris and 34.2% Donald Trump. So you can see here in Europe, not a lot of love for Donald Trump, but we'll see how that...
Totally unexpected.
Well, look at the way Donald Trump himself views the European Union. He sees it as a competitor of the United States. He tried to bilateralize relations with the EU to individual member states so that
and his
America
best friend is Nigel Farage.
Could tower over it. He was pro-Brexit. He berated Angela Merkel. It doesn't work for America to have a strong European Union in the context of Donald Trump, who likes to see everything as America first. So naturally, European people, Europeans and members of the European Union would see him as something of a threat.
Even though whatever happens in America, it will be America first. The president will have to fix America first. And Europe, right here, we need visionary leaders who can fix the EU too. Because as you mentioned earlier, that Draghi report, that Mario Draghi competitiveness report talks all about how much investment is needed, how we need to start working more as 27 United States in order to make this function, this EU. But on that note, we can head over to Stefan Krobe, Euronews' correspondent who's in DC for us for the last week, chatting to people there on the ground and finding out what the word on the street is. Stefan, what more can you tell us at this stage? What are you hearing there about the potential outcome?
Well, as I said before, Democrats are extremely nervous. There is still a possibility of Kamala Harris carrying the three northern tier states, Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin. That plus the second congressional district in Nebraska would take her to 270, and she'd be president. But it doesn't look like that right now. Of course, it is in the middle of the night here. There are not that many people still in the on the street, but the mood the entire evening was rather subdued in this democratic city. We haven't seen any big parties. The restaurants were empty, the bars were empty. People just wanted to be at home and suffer the consequences of this election. If Donald Trump wins, of course, that is a major blow to the Democrats and to the people of Washington D.C., who are largely Democrats, together with the D.C. suburbs in Maryland and Virginia. That's why both states are in the blue column, in the Democratic column, because of thousands of federal workers who live in the suburbs and who have turned Virginia blue over a few decades now. So we'll see what happens tomorrow when people wake up on the East Coast and elsewhere in America and turn the TV on, turn the radio on, and hear who is the new president. And it is, there's a big chance that it's going to be Donald Trump again. And, the consequences, you've already outlined them, what it means for Europe, what it means for America. We can only guess. I mean, Trump was never shy in telling people what he wanted to do. He isn't a policy nerd. He doesn't know the nitty-gritty of budget issues or things like childcare, a major. We talked about topic. That was a major topic also in the election campaign, and the answer he gave was rather erratic and bizarre. But the people who voted for him wouldn't care. There are a lot of things that he said that would kill any other politician around the world. His insults, his innuendos, his lies, etc. Was it expected? Well, it's hard to tell. There was, until a week ago, I felt that there was a pro-Trump vibe in the country, but then the last couple of days seemed to be, the wind seemed to be shifting in favor of Kamala Harris, because a point that I mentioned earlier, the topic of abortion and reproductive rights moved to the top of the list of topics that are important to voters, but it didn't come to pass yet. There's an interesting point, and you talked about women in politics. I mean, the fundamental question here is America ready for a woman president? And the short answer is no. Look at the facts. Donald Trump beat Hillary Clinton. He is looking like beating Kamala Harris. The only person he lost against was Joe Biden, a guy. That tells you a lot. It's somebody who puts a premium on masculinity, on toughness. It was the logical winner against two very accomplished women, Hillary Clinton and Kamala Harris. I have heard even Republican women say that they don't want a woman president. With things like, women are too emotional, etc., etc. We, in these trying times, we want a man in the White House, a real, true leader. These are opinions that I'm not sure you hear them that often in Europe. America is obviously not ready for a woman president. That's why Kamala Harris never, throughout the entire campaign, talked about her being a woman and her being potentially the first female president of the United States, because she had a hunch that this would rather backfire. And Hillary Clinton, as we all remember, talked about the glass ceiling that has to be broken, etc. Now, Hillary Clinton in many ways was a flawed candidate, but even 8 years ago, people didn't want a woman in the White House, and tonight, probably, we see the same thing, Maeve.
Good morning, Europe. A warm welcome to America Votes. Europe is watching Euronews' live rolling news and analysis show here, broadcasting from the heart of the EU quarter in Brussels. I'm Maeve McMahon and I'm joined in the studio by our female experts, Angela Barnes, our business editor, Shona Murray, our European Affairs analyst, and Sasha Vacaluni, our defence security analyst. A little bit earlier, we were hearing from Stefan Kobe, our correspondent in the White House, who was clearly telling us that the United States is not ready for a female president, which comes, of course, as a surprise to many in Europe, where we have female president presiding over the European Commission and also the European Parliament. If you've just joined us as well, the map so far is looking rather red. According to AP as well, Georgia has just been called. You can see the results there coming up on your screen. And now Angela Barnes, our business editor, is with us as well here in the studio to tell us, of course, how the markets have been reacting to this news and how, of course, a Trump win could impact our economy here in Europe. It's something we've been analysing and speculating for the last couple of weeks and months here on Euronews, online and on TV, potentially what could happen. We've heard a lot of statements coming out from central bankers, but now the reality looks like it's even closer. So Angela Barnes, just tell us, from what you're seeing so far, what could a Trump win mean for Europe's economy?
Okay, well, I am very, very keen to tell you about the markets. I've been following them since 2 o'clock this morning, but we will start with the Trump impact on Europe's economy. Well, if we're to go by his rhetoric and statements that he's going to introduce this 10% universal tariffs, this would be economically disastrous for Europe. Economically disastrous. It was what Brussels was hoping would not happen. You ladies were this morning talking about the tariffs, and indeed, I just want to put this into context for you. I was looking at some data on the European Commission's website. Now, they say that the EU exported 502 billion euros in goods to the US in 2023. So that's about 20% of all exports. Now, exports to the US are led by machinery, vehicles, chemicals, and essentially manufactured goods. The US is the largest trading partner with Europe for EU goods exported. Now, the Dutch bank has sent a note over to me. Now, these proposed 10% tariffs, they say, would hit Europe's GDP by up to 1.5%, sort of essentially eroding Europe's GDP by 1.5%. So that's about 260 billion euros. And then for individual European companies, I'm afraid the picture is equally concerning. So a Goldman Sachs analyst note sent over to us has projected a 1% GDP loss, which would translate into a hit to earnings per share for European firms by 6 to 7 percentage points, which essentially would be sufficient to erase expected earnings per share growth for 2025. So that outlook for Europe is absolutely disastrous. And there's so many other things to talk about for European businesses and why Donald Trump coming back into power, Inflation Reduction Act. I know we can go on to that in a moment. markets.
We can go on to that in a moment, and it's interesting because we don't have a result, but of course we're looking at the map. It looks very red. We hear already that Kamala Harris was potentially planning to speak. She will not. She's already taken that decision that she will not speak. She's obviously deciding what she is going to say when she does potentially speak.
But Angela, I mean, I suppose that's the thing. I mean, the optimistic outlook is potentially that this is the jolt in the right direction that the EU needed, because it obviously hasn't heeded the jolts since 2014, right? So, okay, finally we'll have our strategic autonomy, but not right now, clearly. We have the ink is still not dry on the Draghi report, and we're still we're only going to start discussing that at the end of this week. It's 800 billion euros
and it's
a year.
just a report.
And you're talking about something that could immediately happen in the next few months.
In the next few months, and indeed the Draghi report, another report. And I think this is the problem with European business and what European businesses say here in Brussels and that we talk to on a weekly basis. Enough reports. It's time for action. In business, the golden rule is to get things done. And, how many reports does Europe need until we start stimulating economic growth, before we start boosting competition?
And on your side, we've discussed it a bit earlier here, when it comes to defence and security, there were so many things that the EU should have done earlier, but that was not done. Waited until the last moment. Now it's going to be, what do we do now? What should have the EU done on the side of economy in this case, to sort of, to fence it off and to protect itself, not to be losing that much money now?
The competition. It's a very good question, Sasha. Well, look, just take the Capital Markets Union, for example. 10 years in the making?
Yeah.
How far ahead are we with the Capital Markets Union? And this is one of the reasons why businesses in Europe have been opting for listings in the US. There's not a deep pool of capital. There's not enough investment. Europe investment brokers, they do not take risks on startups pre-revenue in Europe. This is something I'm hearing repeatedly talking to. I recently had a conversation with Roxane Vaza, who's the director of Station F in Paris, a very big startup hub with lots of companies. She was saying the problem is in listing. Now, there is not enough and this goes down to capital markets in Europe. They've had a very long time. They've had 10 years to sort this capital markets union out, to improve investment in startups, to keep European talent on home turf, which has not been happening. We've seen the Birkenstock effect of so many European companies opting for those US listings because they're not getting the valuations, they're not getting the investment that they need. And again, for startups, pre-revenue risks, Europe doesn't want to take it. There was a company we recently interviewed on Europe for the Big Question that had told us they'd been looking for investment for their startup. Financial literacy, such a big thing in Europe that needs to be improved. And they were a startup trying to improve financial literacy, top of the Commission's agenda.
But of course, the problem now as well is the Commission is on hold. We have had, this year we've had so much focus on our elections.
It's been on
all
hold.
These things have been on
but
hold.
it's not just this year, right? That's about a couple of years, exactly. And now we're again in a situation where when the Europeans are looking at what's happening in the US now, calling on the states, but not from the position of power.
No.
That's the problem.
The Barroso years,
Brussels,
and the Juncker
Europe, the
years,
European
much
Union
more
are
could
not
have been done.
the companies, the startups you're talking about. When it comes to SMEs, that's the backbone of European economy.
Yeah.
But they're not looking at the elections in the US from the position of power.
And it's also the lack of cohesion then amongst the member states, which was very much a part of what Draghi had said was so critically problematic about the European Union, 27 member states, all in the last while retreating back into their own individual units rather than merging together. And we see a much greater split with whether it's Hungary or Italy or, countries like Slovakia. So what's on the table? I mean, things like we keep hearing about, for example, defence bonds, Euro bonds. Yeah. There's no really pathway as to how the EU is going to get out of this because everything has to be done unanimously and this just doesn't look like there's any sort of solution.
Angela, we really want to hear the reaction on the markets, but hold that thought for 1 minute because we do have Sophie Katskankova, our correspondent in Paris, who hasn't got much sleep last night either. She was mingling with the Americans living abroad in Paris. Tell us what the atmosphere was like last night, Sophia.
Well, as the fateful moment approaches, anxiety is at an all-time high among Americans living abroad here in Paris. And most of them said that they are dreading the results, whether they are a Democrat or a Republican. But one thing that I found interesting, Mabe, last night is that, a few of the Democrats that I spoke to living here abroad in France, so people that voted for Joe Biden, voted for Barack Obama these previous elections. Well, this year they're voting for Trump. Why is that? Well, a few weeks ago, Donald Trump promised to end double taxations for Americans living abroad. Every year, Americans that live abroad have to declare their taxes to the IRS, that's the Internal Revenue Service, and they may even have to pay a U.S. tax on top of the tax of where they reside. And this really struck a chord with a lot of the Democrats that I spoke to. And one thing that is for certain, whether they're Democrat or Republican, is that all the Americans agreed they are better off in France than back home, considering how tense and tight this political election has been.
And what about French people? Were they at all interested in this election, Sophia?
Well, yeah, it's not just Americans that are interested in this election. 1 in 2 French people said that they have been following closely the U.S. election these past couple of weeks, according to a recent poll by YouGov. And if French people could vote, well, 55% of those surveyed said that they would vote for Kamala Harris as the next president. On the other hand, nearly 1 out of 5 French people said that they would vote for Donald Trump. But his popularity has been growing over the past few years. Just as a comparison, only 10% of French people said that they would vote for Donald Trump back in 2020. Back to you, Brussels.
Thank you so much, Sophia Katzkintova, there reporting for us live from the French capital, from Paris. And if you've just joined us, we're here in the studio. Angela Barnes has just joined us, replacing Boyd Wagner, who was with us since 6 a.m. this morning. That's, of course, our US politics expert. And Angela, of course, you're all across the economy. You're Euronews' business editor. You've been keeping an eye on the markets since 2 o'clock this morning. So how are they reacting?
Well, there's been a lot of movement and volatility, as you can imagine, Maeve. Now, firstly, the Trump trade. Now, you might not have heard this phrase, but essentially the Trump trade is... it's those investors who are buying gold, who are buying Bitcoin, and who are buying the US dollar. Why? Well, this is because Donald Trump, Bitcoin, Donald Trump has promised to make the US the crypto capital of the world if he's re-elected. So those have people who have been buying Bitcoin have pushed it up 8.15%. It's around $75,000 at the moment. Now, investors, economists, market watchers are saying that that price could go up as far as 100,000 if Donald Trump does win this election. So that's part of the Trump trade. The US dollar, why are we seeing the greenback rising? Well, US stock futures rose overnight very sharply. The growth stance in the markets don't open till about 2:30 at our time, but the US stock futures show an indication of what we can expect. Now, Trump's growth stance on policy, his corporate tax cut promises, and the tariffs that we earlier mentioned, these 10% tariffs on imports into the US, 60% on Chinese goods. Well, this would boost stocks and, of course, fuel inflation, which has pushed up bond yields and also the greenback, the US dollar. Not good news for the euro. The euro against the dollar has slid 2% leading up to this vote. And right now, at the moment, it's currently down. So the European markets will open at 9 a.m. They had a very mixed finish last night. And in the pre-market, we're expecting a mixed open looking at the moment at the futures. And this is essentially this tells me that it's a very cautious investor sentiment at the moment. They don't know which way this is going. So, I'm watching the Trump trade, the gold, Bitcoin, dollar trade. The Harris trade was more focused on the green investment. So I had sort of my lists here with the solar stocks and things that were up last night, down this morning, interestingly. So these are fundamental analysis.
And it's interesting because the markets were banking on a Trump win for the last couple of weeks.
They had priced in a Trump win, indeed. So betting markets had priced in a Donald Trump win, which is why we had seen that Trump trade gather traction. However, we've also had a lot of earnings reports out the last couple of weeks. It's been incredibly busy with the Magnificent Seven earnings. And so there's been a lot of things that have moved the markets in the last couple of weeks. So sort of blurred the water as to what was really moving the markets. But certainly those earnings reports were for the for the tech-heavy NASDAQ, for the tech stocks. But for certainly at the moment, this week and the next however much longer this is going to be, the focus is very much on this US election outcome. And the markets will probably won't see them settle down until we have a clear winner, and the policies as well that are going to be put in place are going to impact the markets.
There's also concerns we've heard recently about possible influence of what's going to happen with the Federal Reserve.
Well, of course, we've got an interest rate decision pending, and that too, of course, will play into the fundamentals hugely. But it's not expected that the federal rate decision expected this week will impact markets. They would have had their expectations as well, but they would have very much been watching the jobs report and economic data, as will the ECB next meeting, European Central Bank meeting in December. But what could be very interesting for the US dollar euro is if we do have a situation where Trump comes into power, inflation is increased, then the Federal Reserve is forced to increase interest rates, then what we're expecting for Europe is the European Central Bank. Obviously, it goes on a data-driven approach when it makes central bank decisions whether to cut or increase interest rates. However, the pressure that a Trump win would put on the European economy could mean in December that we could see the European Central Bank take a different direction to the Fed. Now, if that happened, we could see the euro drop quite sharply.
Even more. OK, Angela Barnes across all that for us. Thank you so much. And we're curious to get the reactions as well from Business Europe. So maybe a little bit later we'll check in with you. But now we can head over to a very chilly Berlin, where Euronews' Liv Shroud, our correspondent there, is standing by for us. Liv, good morning. So lovely to have you with us here on the live show. Can you tell us, has there been any reactions there from the political establishment in Berlin?
Good morning, and thank you very much for having me. As you can see behind me, we've got the German Parliament, where the mist is starting to settle, and it's almost as if the dust is starting to settle this morning. So far, there hasn't been any official political reaction, which could, also be because the current coalition government in Germany is said to be in sort of troubled waters. They're holding very high-level talks, very serious talks between the parties today. And also yesterday. So whether or not the coalition lasts until next year remains to be seen. And of course, that means that for now, we're not really expecting a big reaction from the German government on the US elections, because I think they have enough on their plate. Last night, there was quite a big event here in Berlin. So major politicians, experts, I think over 1,000 people were there last night. Many of them said that it might take, at least some hours, if not 1 or 2 days, for the results to come in. So we're going to keep an eye on that, and we'll keep you up to date as they unfold.
And Liv, you're telling us there about the trouble facing the political establishment there. We've been following that as well very carefully here on Euronews. Earlier we spoke about the troubles in France too. But whatever happens, as we heard earlier from our business editor, Angela Barnes, the euro could be hit. This could have major impacts on, of course, Europe's major economy, on Germany.
Yes, absolutely. And of course, some experts have described Germany as being the sick man of Europe. The economy has stagnated, at least in this year, for a couple of quarters, and many are sort of wondering if there's going to be a recession. I think actually in the last quarter it might have slightly contracted, or it wasn't as bad as they originally anticipated. But either way, for Europe's biggest economy, it should be thriving. It should be doing much more. Last night at this event, we spoke to the opposition, the Christian Democrats, one of their politicians who is calling for the coalition government to dissolve themselves as soon as possible. Of course, it's within his interest to have a CDU government take over. But he also spoke about wanting to ignite a thriving economy and said, actually, it should be booming by now.
Should be booming by now. Thank you so much. Good morning. If you've just joined us, you're live on Euronews. This is our show, America Votes. Europe is watching. We're bringing you live news and live reactions and analysis on the impact these presidential elections could have on Europe and, of course, the EU institutions. A little bit earlier, we were speaking to Liv Shroud, our correspondent in Berlin, who was telling us about the troubles that the German establishment is having there. But I'm joined here in the studio by our special correspondents, Maya Delabum, EU Affairs correspondent. Good to have you with us. Shona Murray has been with us here already for quite a while in the studio, breaking down the results and keeping an eye as well on the reactions that we're hearing from across the continent and as well here from Brussels. And we're joined as well by Sasha Bacalini, our security and defence expert. So lovely to have you all with us. Maya, you have just joined us. Have you got any reactions for us, or what have you heard so far from the so-called Brussels bubble, the establishment here in...
So far, it's silence. You know, I think people are looking at what is happening in the US with a lot of anxiety. We've seen Trump winning swing states, especially in North Carolina. I think people are very anxious about this. Brussels is waiting.
And what about all these watch parties? Like, what happened at these? There was watch parties here all night. Like, what happened? Were people staying up all night?
I think people have stayed up all night in Brussels because, the American election is almost like a European election. You know, the impact of these elections on Europe will be so strong and so deep that everybody here in the institutions we know are having their nights, are watching the results. There are, also the Democrats abroad here, which will have their own breakfast. There are Republicans here in Brussels also organizing their own, parties. Their own
parties or funerals.
Yeah,
funerals.
It depends on
which
side
they're on.
Though, isn't it? 2016. Do you remember Hillary Clinton had this famous glass ceiling, which was going to break when the results came in to prove that she was going to be the first woman president. So I think, judging by last night and speaking to people who are Democrats and other members of parties and so on, they were all saying, "I might just stay at home. I will watch it. I'll have lots of snacks," because everybody was just so nervous about the results, in particular Democrats who didn't dare tempt fate by having a big celebration planned, and it looks like they were right.
Well, I think the Democrats thought they had it once Joe Biden stepped down there in the summer.
They thought they had it in the last few days, Maeve. And we talked about even a week ago there was a swing towards Trump. But then, as I mentioned earlier, this famous so-called Iowa poll where states were in, possible, sway towards Kamala Harris that would never have been imagined, and North Carolina and Georgia and so on, that she was going to get them, and she was doing well in Pennsylvania. But look, none of it materialised. Look at.
And I think, I've been talking to a lot of sources here in Brussels, and there was a sense of excitement that potentially to be a female president of the European Commission and potentially a female president as well over in DC. This doesn't seem to be the case, Sasha Vacalini. It feels like what we heard from Stefan Kolbe earlier, our correspondent, that America is just not ready for a female president.
I doubt America is ready. I really, really doubt it. I remember that moment with the glass ceiling for Hillary Clinton. That was such a powerful one. Then when
it was
supposed to be powerful, but then but that was also so strong in the sense when she did not break that ceiling.
Yeah.
Even the fact when she went with the concession speech, and she said it, and then if you read the book and everything, her recollections about what happened that night. But she admits, she said it was really heartbreaking not to be able to break that glass ceiling. Then we saw when Kamala Harris became the vice president. Do you remember the mood about the first female vice president? And how that was a big reaction? But now here we are again. And I'm really not sure America is ready for it.
But it's hard to imagine that in America, a woman cannot become president.
Well, we do have abortion rights there as a bigger issue.
Yeah.
And they didn't win the day. We talked about this before. 2 women in Texas died. Because they didn't have access to medical care while they were having miscarriages as a direct consequence of Roe versus Wade collapsing, because those women, the doctor said they couldn't treat them because there was a heartbeat, even though the fetus wasn't viable. So the direct impact on women's healthcare is not just even about access to abortion, it's about life-saving treatment. And that didn't even move people to vote. I mean, you're talking about the lives of your sisters, your mothers, your wives.
What we're hearing, though, it's the economy that moved people. It seems like the economy and immigration were the main issues that got people to vote.
Indeed, but we also heard that inflation has gone down to 2.5%. And inflation moves around depending on presidents. Yeah, exactly. It didn't.
And many feeling that the Democrats were there. Many people really going for the anti-establishment vote, something we've seen as well here in Europe. Many critical of the Democrats for standing also beside celebrities from Beyonce to Taylor Swift. They feel that, Donald Trump was their man. He's the guy down, a bit like Nigel Farage, the guy down
But it's
in the
interesting
pub
to see
or the
Trump
garbage
as
truck.
anti-establishment as well. I mean, he's been there already, you know.
I mean, he's hardly anti-establishment.
Yeah.
He's born one of the wealthiest men in the country. Was handed over, all this money to become a wealthy, property magnate. Has his Mar-a-Lago, his model wives.
He doesn't really represent
he's
the
not
people.
A guy,
Exactly.
He's
He
not a
doesn't
guy who
really
works in the
represent
garbage
the
truck.
people.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, his bank
so.
account doesn't, but his vibe does.
It doesn't.
Doesn't,
though, does it?
The way he
Well,
Doesn't
gold
though.
toilets.
He's living the life of a celebrity. He's a celebrity. He's a showman. That's the way he actually presents himself as well, no?
Gold toilets,
Yeah.
apartments everywhere. Nothing. He's not in any way comparable to the average person.
Well, on that note, we can just pause here in the studio and head over to Budapest, to Hungary, where our correspondent Adam Wagner is standing by for us to tell us if there's been any reactions there. Adam, good morning to you. So lovely to have you with us on the show. I'm sure you've been listening in to what we're talking about here, Trump's popularity. Why? What is the takeover in Budapest?
Good morning to you as well. Well, it is still a bit quiet in Budapest, the capital of Hungary. The city is just starting to wake up, but one person who is certainly have woken up early is the Prime Minister, Mr. Viktor Orban, who already posted on social media on his Facebook page at around 6:30. He posted a picture with some messages. He wrote that, "Good morning, Hungary. We are on our way to a very beautiful victory." And he also wrote that it is already in the bag. So he seems quite sure that Donald Trump will win the election, and he will probably be very happy about it, because he has been one of the first supporters of Mr. Trump. He already declared his support in 2016 in the summer, and since then he has been a very strong ally, a very loyal partner to Mr. Donald Trump, and now he seems to be very happy.
Adam, that is the Hungarian Prime Minister. Of course, he's already said he'll be cracking out the champagne if there is a Trump victory. He's also hosting tomorrow the European Political Community Conference. But what about the Hungarian people themselves? How do they feel about this election?
This issue is very bipartisan in the Hungarian public, as all other issues. So the supporters of the Prime Minister's party, which is about 40% of the population now, they are very pro-Trump. At a recent poll, 75% of them said that they support Trump, and only 1% said that they support Kamala Harris. But all the opposition voters, nearly all the opposition voters, if we don't talk about the far right, then all the opposition voters would be more happy to see the Democratic Party's candidate win.
Okay, Adam Wagner there telling us about the mood there in Hungary, and a lot of support, of course, there for the potential next president of the United States, Donald Trump. Thank you so much for that. We'll be back to you a little bit later in the programme, but thank you so much for that live report from Budapest. If you've just joined us, we're here in our studio. I'm with Maya Delabum, who's been taking a look at what's happening online, all the reactions here from the various EU institutions and across the continent. Shona Murray is with us here as well, our European Affairs analyst, and Sasha Bacaluni, our Security and Defence Security. But now, earlier you met Boyd Wagner. He was with us in the studio. Now he's in the newsroom, in the Euronews newsroom, standing in front of the map and telling us what this all could mean for America. Boyd, lovely to see you again. Please tell us what you know at this stage.
So what we know is, since I left you guys, Georgia was called like I thought it would be. I think the AP is tracking with that here pretty soon, if they haven't already. But we now have basically what I was looking at before with what Donald Trump needed to do, where he needed to win if he was going to win this election. It is trending definitely in that direction. So now we're looking at the other states. So I just wanted to talk map real quick. You want to talk map with me?
Absolutely. That's why we have you here with us.
Cool. Cool. Let's talk some map. All right, so this map that we're looking at right now is essentially the map that we were looking at before the campaign. This is the map that the media was looking at, that the campaign strategists were all looking at, and this is the map that needed to be won. So you see here the 7 gray states: Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania, the one to rule them all. The best state in the union, I might say. What do I know, though? North Carolina, Georgia, and out here, Nevada and Arizona. So in 2020, Joe Biden won all of these states with the exception of North Carolina. So North Carolina being in play this time was good news for Harris. However, it has already been called back for Donald Trump. He also won Arizona and Nevada, so them being in play, good news for Trump this time around again as well. So this is what we were looking at pre-election. The pre-election polling also was another map that we were looking at. So you can see a couple of them are now shaded. This is what pre-election polling told us, was essentially Wisconsin and Michigan were leaning Harris, North Carolina and Georgia leaning Trump, Arizona leading Trump, while Nevada and Pennsylvania were still toss-ups. Okay, so that is essentially what we were looking at, and that is why when we opened the show this morning, I said that if Harris wants to win, she needs to win these 2 states to keep her path open, and if Trump wants to win, he needs to win these 3 states to keep his path open, and that would lead everything to come down to, as it typically does, Pennsylvania. So where do we stand now? This is the latest map from the AP as we're looking at it. This is the one that you've been referencing all morning yourself. And as we can tell, those 2 states that I was talking about that Harris needed to win, they are currently not called. It's not official, but they are trending in the direction of Donald Trump, as is the other big one, Pennsylvania. So the reason we call Pennsylvania the big one is because out of all the swing states, they have, you can see the most blocks, they have the most electoral college votes. Just a real quick brief on the electoral college, essentially. What you have here is it's proportionally set out by population. So you get a state like Arizona, or I'm sorry, a state like California is the most populous state in the country, so they have the most electoral college votes. Number 2 being Texas, a red state. Number 3 being Florida, and number 4 being New York. So it's split in those top 4, but the 5th biggest, tied for the 5th biggest, Pennsylvania, and that being a swing state, makes it the most important one. So as we're going through this, we know now that Georgia is called, we know now that North Carolina is called, and we see these trends happening up here. Harris has to win all 3 of these to win this election at this point, especially with the way that pre-election polling was going in a place like Arizona. We talked about Nevada. They haven't even begun to report stuff yet, the last I checked. But still, Nevada is only 6 electoral college votes compared to up here, you're looking at almost 40 electoral college votes in play, actually over 40 electoral college votes in play. So that's what we're looking at right now.
That is what we're looking at right now, Boyd Wagner. Thank you so much for that live update and for that beautiful presentation, breaking it all down for us here, for us Europeans who are not so tuned in with American politics as you are. Thank you so much for that. We'll be back to you a little bit later. So, ladies, the American people have spoken, and it's looking like an imminent Trump victory that we're potentially reporting on here live on Euronews this morning. Your reaction, Shona, to what you're hearing this morning?
Well, I think the European Union will have to look at the opportunities. They understand what Donald Trump is about. They understand his transactional nature. One thing I have heard is that towards the end of his presidency, coming up to 2020, they did actually have very good relations with him because they managed to understand the way he works insofar as you can, because we also know that he's quite a mercurial figure. But transactional works for the European Union as well, once there's some sort of mutual respect. The point was also made to me was that the EU had very difficult relations in the early stages of the White House, the Biden White House, because of the issue around vaccines. And you remember Joe Biden wasn't going to allow vaccines or vaccine products leave the United States. So again, Biden hasn't always been, or the Democrats haven't always been in the favour of the EU. And then I think key to this is the ability potentially of the European Union to be galvanised into having what is really strategic autonomy, whether it's the overhaul of the European Union budget, whether it's common financing again, whether that's around defence bonds, so that they really have to start moving in a direction where, look, we can't rely on the United States anymore. And in actual fact, everybody was also of the consensus that even with Kamala Harris, the US was going to start working towards the Indo-Pacific anyway, and that we were going to have to eventually stand on our own 2 feet, and maybe this is the jolt out of the blue, the final jolt that the EU
And
needs.
it's funny because a lot of people are taking to Twitter this morning, in fact, to say that this is the wake-up call that the EU potentially needed, another Trump presidency, in order to work together. We'll have to wait and see if that potentially happens. Maya, you had a comment?
No, there is concern, but I think Europe is prepared for another Trump presidency. I mean, it was a shock in 2016 because, you know, Trump was who we know he was. And I think a lot of people were very fearful. But now most European leaders, they know who he is. Like if I think of France, French President Emmanuel Macron has worked with Trump. They know each other. So
They have his number.
They know each other. They had even a bromance, we called it like that at the time. So, you know, other leaders know him. So it's not so much of a surprise. And I think, as Sean has said, it will probably lead to Europe being more assertive in what it stands for.
And you have a new commission sort of mandate now as well, and you have Ursula von der Leyen, and I suppose one of the biggest compliments of her character is that she responds well to crises. This is definitely going to be seen on the face of it as a bit of a crisis, because even the very nature of working with a whole new team in the White House is a crisis in and of itself, which because you'll have a new team in there at a point when Ukraine is really suffering on the battlefield. So that'll be problematic. We'll have new commissioners there, but hopefully there'll be a strength of resolve to move forward, because it is sort of do or die. And we've had those warnings from President Macron, from Mario Draghi, saying Europe will die a slow death. So it is sink or swim now. And, you know, now is the time for Europe to finally move to that position of autonomy.
And one politician that we've seen who's been leading lately a lot is Giorgia Meloni in Italy. We saw that she was very supportive a couple of years ago when Trump won the presidency. She hasn't spoken so far, so we will be speaking to Giorgia Orlandi, our Italian correspondent, a little bit later to hear, or she's actually live with us now. Giorgia Orlandi, great to see you with us. Thank you so much for being with us live on the show this morning. Are you hearing any reactions there in Rome to a potential second Trump presidency?
Good morning, Maeve. We have not yet heard from Giorgia Meloni. We know that recently she said that regardless of who's going to become a president, Italy and the US will maintain solid and stable relations. It has been the case with Joe Biden. You mentioned that, yes, in 2020, Meloni supported Donald Trump, but that was a different time. She wasn't prime minister, and her party in particular had a different level of support. She has expressed neutrality. She said that she's not worried about the outcome, although she highlighted the fact that when it comes to certain foreign policy areas, Middle East and Ukraine, there could be some shifts that would require attention as they would impact Italy and Europe. The same neutrality has been expressed by Italy's Deputy Prime Minister Antonio Tajani, whereas when it comes to Matteo Salvini, the leader of the League Party, we know that he's been supporting Trump. He's been quite clear about that. Now, one thing to note here is that despite Meloni has been expressing neutrality, we know that she's been trying to get closer and closer to American conservative circles. Recently, let's think of her friendship with Elon Musk. She's been thinking to capitalize on it politically if Trump wins. But analysts say that a Trump victory might not be a positive outcome in the end for Meloni. For one simple thing, internally speaking, Trump might try to find a new ally here in Italy, and that ally could be Matteo Salvini, potentially triggering divisions within the ruling coalition. Maeve?
Very interesting. You'll have to keep us posted later if you hear anything from the establishment there. Just briefly, Giorgia Orlandi, what about regular Italians? Have they been following these elections at all?
They have indeed. Let's think that the Italian-American population is approximately 18 million. So there's a lot of interest. Although, according to a recent poll, and also based on the opinions we've been gathering here on the streets of Rome, it seems that Italians are very much concerned about the potential international implications of this outcome. And they see both leaders as lacking leadership and the ability to address global challenges. And that's regardless of the candidate they support, although according to another poll, it seems that the majority of Italians would have voted for Kamala Harris. And that's perhaps also due to Trump's hardline stance towards the EU. We've seen that in other European countries. Maeve?
Reporting live for us from Rome. Thank you so much for that update. We'll come back to you a little bit later in the show. But Maida Labum is here with us in the studio, reacting as well to that.
I think Italy is a very interesting example because Meloni has been silent so far. She hasn't supported Trump. But there was this interesting theory going around here in Brussels that she could become a sort of go-between between Trump and the EU, because she has many views in common with him, and she could be the person, if Trump wins, who would build bridges.
I'm gonna have to break you there, Maida Labum, because Boyd Wagner has something breaking that he wants to share with us immediately. Boyd Wagner as well is in the heart of Euronews newsroom this morning, breaking the news down for us as he gets it. Boyd, enlighten us.
Yeah, I feel out of place here on breaking news now with you guys, but we're hearing a lot of things. The numbers are looking this way. That with the amount that's being reported right now, the amount of the vote in the key state, my home state, Pennsylvania right now, we're starting to see some of the outlets in America call Pennsylvania for Trump. If that is the case, we're waiting on the AP to do it as well so that we can refresh exactly what we're looking at. But if that does exactly happen, as we expect it to in the next couple of minutes here, Pennsylvania going red. Doesn't matter about these other states that we have been looking at, including Arizona. We could even leave Arizona as gray, Nevada as gray. If Pennsylvania goes for Trump, that gives him exactly 270. That's your number, as we know. So it looks like if Pennsylvania is called here in the next few minutes, that this election is in fact over for, and Donald Trump will be the next president again.
Okay, Boyd Wagner, thank you so much for bringing us that breaking piece of very, very important information. Earlier, we were at the headquarters of Donald Trump, where his supporters were waiting for him to potentially speak. We can take a look at those pictures on our screen now. Already a sense of joy in the room there, of celebration. People waiting in anticipation for their hero, because essentially they have voted. The American people have spoken, and they believe that Donald Trump is the right guy who's going to fix America. A little bit later, we can bring in Philip Crowther, Euronews correspondent, who is there live for us all morning, speaking to their voters, asking them why they chose him, and getting as well the reactions from the ground. We're just waking up here in Brussels. It's 20 to 8. Where officials here in the institutions are also gradually waking up. Shona, have you heard?
I'm sure they've been up all night, Maeve. I doubt they're just waking up to this news. I mean, they've been anticipating one or the other for several weeks now. But I did hear from Petros Vassoulis from the European Movement International, who's saying if this isn't a wake-up call for European leaders to pull together and strengthen the EU's competences so we stand stronger against Trump, I'm not sure what is. I also heard from Daniel Freund, a Green Party MEPs, saying that things are really difficult. They're winning the Senate and the House. They already have a solid, super conservative majority, and they have planned with Project 2025. I fear for European security and trade. So, look, these are all the issues that people are going to be interpreting over the next while. We won't know until we hear from Donald Trump, until we see what team he assembles, until we see the tone that he wants to take. I mean, he did say he wants to end the war in Ukraine. We don't know what that exactly means for Ukraine or for Russia, because as Sasha had said earlier, Russian leaders would actually like to continue the war and win it.
Absolutely, because there is no way out of them. There is, for the moment, when you look at the war from the point of view of Moscow and President Putin, there is no way out of this war. It's actually making more sense and more logic for them now to keep dragging that one, because he can't win. We've seen over 10,000 of North Koreans being brought to the borders with Ukraine. I mean, things are not going well on that side. And so dragging on the war and having this kind of continuity and not having Trump there who said we're going to sort it out in 24 hours actually in some sense might work better there for Moscow, put it that way.
I mean, also, doesn't Trump want the idea that he ended the war in Ukraine? Which, I mean, like any leader would want, to have that on their status for their legend when they pass away. So he would love the idea that he ended the war. But I mean, I suppose we don't see the path for that yet.
And Sasha, how do Ukrainians feel about a potential Trump presidency?
Ukrainians know that the first and foremost they can only rely on themselves at this stage, and this is a very hard truth that probably is good for some of the Europeans also to start kind of getting used to this idea. They are not that worried or afraid of Trump's presidency because they already know how to work with Trump in the sense that when Zelensky came to power in 2019, Trump was the president of the United States of America. And that is Trump was the one who authorized the supplies of lethal weapons to Ukraine. He was the first one to do that. And he was the one who also did not lift any Western sanctions regarding the annexation of Crimea afterwards, no matter how much Putin and Moscow asked him to do that. This is also why the Russian authorities do not see him as specifically friendly, because he did not lift those sanctions.
And the meeting between Zelensky and Trump at the UN General Assembly, I mean, look, it was a very difficult meeting if you looked at the body language between the two, but also because President Zelensky was probably really frustrated by the lack of support he was getting at that stage for his victory plan, which we still see this kind of deafening silence about. But we did hear from Donald Trump at the time, who kind of seemed to have a bit more of a nuanced interpretation and quiet support for what Zelensky had been telling him in the meeting.
But we also have to really, I'm gonna keep going backwards in this sense, because Trump was impeached in 2019 over accusations that he pressured Zelensky into digging damaging information on the Biden family, on Biden and his son. These two having history for years. Trump's first impeachment was regarding his pressure on Zelensky in 2019 with this loud case, and that was everywhere in the headlines. But now when they meet, indeed, the situation has changed, and Zelensky is not in the position where he was in 2019. This is a completely different dynamic there.
I mean, even though there was evidence of that at the time, didn't Zelensky say it didn't happen? There wasn't no blackmail.
But
it did happen, likely, but Zelensky said
Isn't it an empty promise from Trump to say that he'll end the war in just a few days? In your views, what does that mean concretely?
Well, that's the thing with Trump. You never know what he means. Only he knows what he means. At this stage, what he said about 24 hours, that's the thing. Ukrainians, when it comes to ending the war, the main concern here would be the pressure to give up some territories, at least to give up the territories that have been occupied since the beginning of the full-scale invasion or since the 2014 first invasion. This is something that Ukraine is not going to go for. This is absolutely
will be unacceptable for Europe.
Is going to be, but there are, when it comes to these concerns about giving up territories, there are some in Europe as well within NATO who might be trying to push for this idea as well. The whole let's kind of pressure Ukraine into negotiating the deal with Russia. That's not going to happen. Now, how Trump sees any deal happening in 24 hours, up to him, but it was exactly at the meeting with Trump, and Zelensky also made the comment, but at this stage, the way it looks, following the whole Budapest Memorandum and security guarantees for Ukraine, it's either NATO or nuclear weapons. That's something that Zelensky told Trump. And as per Zelensky, the way he shared it afterwards in Brussels at the council, he said that when I said that to Trump, he understood me. Because this is a different language, and this is the different dynamic of how you speak with Kamala Harris, how you speak with Biden, how you speak with Trump. Trump would rather respect, it makes sense, either NATO or nuclear weapons. And then Zelensky had to spend days assuring everybody that Ukraine is not working on nuclear weapons and we're not going to develop nuclear weapons. But this is the way of rhetoric and dynamic these two will have to go into.
And of course, NATO has a new Secretary General, Mark Rutte. We haven't heard any response from him so far.
No, but he's been very careful since he became Secretary General of NATO to ensure that he was ready to work with Donald Trump. I mean, and obviously, he did have his sort of confrontations with Donald Trump when he was Prime Minister of the Netherlands, but very much he's a different person now in a different position of authority, and very much said he was looking forward to working with either Kamala Harris and Donald Trump, knowing, of course, and also acknowledging that it was Donald Trump, or at least giving Donald Trump the kudos for pushing 23
and remember,
Shauna,
that Mark Rutte was also a go-between between Trump and Europe on many issues for quite a while.
Yeah.
And earlier, Shona, you were reading out some reactions there from the European movement and also from Daniel Freund, a Green MEP. And actually, James Thomas, Euronews' social media correspondent, is in the newsroom now. He's been taking a look as well at the reactions online. James, tell us what you're seeing at this point.
Well, Maeve, as you've already mentioned, we've been asking people on our live blog who they think would be a better leader in the US for Europe, or from the European perspective. Not much has changed since we last looked at it. Still about 66% there for Harris and 35% for Trump, despite the fact, or what we heard from Boyd just slightly earlier, that things are looking very good for Trump and not so great for Harris anymore. But regardless, if we move over to Reddit, there's still a lot of chatter from the European side, and I must say, forgive me in advance for any vulgar language that may appear. Like, I wouldn't dare ever say anything like that live on air, but I'm beholden to the rules of social media where people can say what they like. The common mood seems to be on the European subreddits that regardless of the result, the EU and wider Europe really need to just become a lot less reliant on the US. It just really echoes what you guys have already been saying in the studio a lot of the time this morning. If we look at one comment, here we go. It says that either way, we should have gotten our, stuff together 8 years ago, but here we are. Another comment further down that says that, of course, the results are consequential to Europe, but there's nothing that Europeans can do to get the outcome that they want. But what Europe can do is make Europe stronger and just be less reliant on the US so that there is less of a shock regardless of what happens. Some social media users have been saying the same thing on our YouTube live stream who are watching us right now, so hello to you. And people on that same live stream have also been commenting from my home country, the UK, and they've been saying things like that this will also raise a lot of questions for London. What will London want to do? Will it want to continue to try and go it alone, or will it want to try and move, at the very least, closer to the EU, even if it doesn't fully rejoin it again, just to at least try and insulate itself from the negative aspects that another Trump presidency could have. But regardless, it's of course not up to Europeans, it's up to our US viewers and everyone else in the US. So let's have a look at one particular reaction from the US, from a very prominent US citizen via a meme. I mean, we all love memes. That's what's getting us through the morning at the moment. We've been up for a very long time. So here's actress Bette Midler. She's suggesting that if Kamala Harris, wins, she will be celebrating with champagne. However, if it's Trump, she's going to be drinking bleach. So make of that what you will. And then just for the sake of balance, we move over to someone who we're very familiar with here in Brussels, former MEP Nigel Farage, and he's a current UK MP. And he's saying that we can see a total meltdown across the mainstream media right now because, Trump supporters tend to think that the mainstream media is very biased against them and very left-leaning. I mean, I'd say, Euronews, of course, is very, unbiased and very neutral. But, yeah, I'm not feeling a meltdown here, Maeve. I'm not sure about you.
Well, you're in the newsroom, exactly. Tell me what the energy is like this morning. Of course, we're live blogging as well all day. James, we'll come back to you later for more on the energy in the newsroom. I'm here in the studio with our special correspondents digesting the impact of this news and what, of course, it means for Europe, for the continent, and also contemplating what went wrong, really, for Kamala Harris if this news does turn out to be true. Obviously, she was put in very last minute, Shona. The news came there in the summer.
It's true.
Most people here were on vacation.
I mean, I spoke to a friend of mine who voted for Trump in 2016, worked for him in the White House, but then worked alongside Mike Pence, didn't want to vote for him, but did vote for him in 2024. He said he couldn't vote for her. And he said that he didn't like the way she was, quote, anointed by the Democrats.
Did he say it like that? I can't vote for her.
Yeah, and he knows her as a prosecutor, so that's the position. But I was also questioned that because it's interesting. I thought Stefan Grobe's point about America not being ready for a female president, maybe that is part of it. But anyway, so part of it, he says, is that the anointment, that there was no, democratic element of replacing Joe Biden for her. This friend of mine in particular is from Pennsylvania, and he has voted many times for Josh Shapiro. And he said if it was Josh Shapiro, Kamala Harris, then he would have voted for it. So I'm not sure. do VPs have any influence over how people would vote? But Josh Shapiro is very influential. He's very well supported and bipartisan on both sides. So he could have probably got the 19 Electoral College points for Pennsylvania, which really would have put her on a much stronger path. So, is her choice of Waltz, was that an issue as well?
But do you think Biden would be leading now if he didn't jump out of the race? Because that's something I want to... Because it's either what is it that Kamala Harris might have done wrong, or it's not about that. Do you think Biden would...
Or it's just this deeply ingrained rejection of status quo in the US
that's what
that we maybe...
And speaking of the US, Maya, the story is over there. We can bring in now Philip Crowther, Euronews' correspondent, who's at the headquarters of Donald Trump this morning. Philip, great to have you with us. Is there any action there? What have people been saying to you?
Yeah, plenty of enthusiasm here, certainly. There were cries of joy here just a short while ago, and people actually storming from the back of the room here in the convention center in West Palm Beach toward the stage you can see behind me. And they did so at the moment when Fox News, the US news channel that is being screened here and has been shown on the big screens throughout this election night here, it was when they projected that Donald Trump, the former president, was also going to win the swing state of Pennsylvania, thereby essentially giving him enough electoral college votes to win the presidency for a second time. The same news channel, Fox News, also here with thousands of Trump supporters in the room, also have now projected Donald Trump to be the 47th president of the United States. Of course, to huge cheers from his supporters here. The only thing they still have to wait for, and the only thing they need at this point, is the presence of the former president on the stage. Those 30 flags you can see behind the podium. The teleprompter is set up as well, so the stage is set for Donald Trump, the former president. We don't know at this point whether he's actually already here or still watching some of the election results coming in at his private club at Mar-a-Lago, but we do expect him here on stage very soon indeed for what essentially is going to be a victory speech now. There were fears from the Kamala Harris campaign that he might declare victory prematurely. Well, that's not going to be the case now. He's waited long enough. It's now 5 minutes to 2 in the morning here local time. He waited long enough for this to be an almost definite victory for Donald Trump. Now he has been projected by Fox News, which is being watched by all of his supporters here again, to be the 47th president of the United States. And as president-elect, he certainly will be taking to the stage here probably in the next few minutes.
And Philip Crowther, just describe Donald Trump voters for us here in Europe.
And you will have people say that Joe Biden should have dropped out the day after, not dropped out, but said he was not running for re-election on the day after that midterm in 2022.
Tell us more about Donald Trump voters, the people there behind you that you've been speaking to.
Yeah, they're very happy with this outcome, of course. They came to this convention center believing in a victory for Donald Trump. They believed the words of the Republican candidate. He's been saying this for months, that he's going to win this election and might even win it easily. Not necessarily the case. It's still a tight result, but the American system, though, will give him a pretty overwhelming electoral college victory. The atmosphere, though, here changed, obviously, over the last few hours. Once it became clear that Donald Trump was going to win most, if not even all, of the crucial swing states. There was a clear shout from one gentleman not far from where I was standing saying, "Trump won," almost in disbelief. One of those who ran to the front of the stage very quickly thereafter. They might have thought this was likely, but for it now to be a reality, for this to sink in for these people, is quite something else. And who are they? Well, they're all supporters of Donald Trump. They've all been given those ubiquitous red hats at the entrance to this convention center. Some of them are donors to Donald Trump, some political allies, all of them absolutely ecstatic. The Republicans have won the presidency, but have also won control of the Senate in the U.S. Congress. That is crucial. Donald Trump, as the 47th president of the United States, is going to have a lot of allies in Congress as well.
Very important point as well. Philip Crowther, thank you so much for that live update. Keep us updated when Donald Trump does take to the stage there behind you, and we will check in with you then. So, Shona, we're hearing there from Philip Crowther. He's describing the voters. The joy, cries of joy, and also the support that the Republicans will have also in the Congress. This is an extremely important point because we're so focused on the presidential race, but we can't forget Congress and Senate as well.
And he has a plan, which is Project 2025, which we've heard so much about. This is a concern for people who, if he enacts it, I mean, we've heard, for example, that he has his enemies list, that he wants to fire a lot of people in the civil service. I suppose now that he has gained control of Congress, or has a good, strong chance of that, we don't really know what the implications will be, but he will be able to sail through in a much better way the policies that he wants to push through. And he does have a different team than before. Remember the John Kellys and the Rex Tillersons and all those people, they're not there. In fact, they came out against him during this election. So it really is wide open as to what Trump 2.0 will look like. But again, the EU saying that this morning it needs to wake up, try to look for opportunities, try to at least what we could say is that he did work with Ursula von der Leyen. From 2016 onwards, when she became president, 2019 to 2020, so they had a good enough relationship. So they're not strangers to each other. So I think immediately Brussels will be getting in touch with him, congratulating him, and seeing where they can try to work together and not against each other.
Together and not against. And of course, Make America Great Again. That was the big slogan of Donald Trump. And we have here now in Europe this Make Europe Great Again. The EU presidency, or the Hungarian presidency, have taken on that slogan. They'll be hosting a summit a little bit later this week. The Hungarian Prime Minister Viktor Orban. Will we see this Make Europe Great Again motto emboldened among the far right in Europe, Maya?
I think, if Trump wins, clearly Make Europe Great Again will be the slogan for most Europeans, even if it's a very cynical slogan from the Hungarians. But clearly, Europe will be more assertive also because Europe will take responsibility probably much more on Ukraine, as Sasha said. Weakening NATO, as Trump has often, pledged for, will be something very difficult to accept for Europeans, and probably, European defense will be more empowered. There are so many examples where Europe could take a lead and take more responsibility. And we know the Draghi report that we mentioned was saying exactly that Europe should, be more, rely on itself, be more responsible, be competitive. And this is what might happen if Trump wins. So it's not just, a negative thing in some ways. And Europeans know that.
And we had the Inflation Reduction Act as well, which impacted Europe's competitiveness. And as I mentioned earlier, at the start of Biden's presidency, he wasn't being very generous or supportive or collegial when it came to the vaccines and the vaccine products that Europe needed. So, I mean, obviously they're not comparable to Trump, which, as we said, is quite hostile to the European Union because as a collective of 27 countries, it is more of a competition to the United States' strength. But at the same time, it is time to, as we're hearing from literally anyone I'm speaking to this morning or messages that are coming in, we wake up this morning, it's time now for Europe to work together, strengthen itself, or, die a slow death, as Mario Draghi has said.
Indeed. And it's just 8 o'clock here in the morning in Brussels.
And it's all over.
Yeah, and we're live on Euronews. We've been live here on air since 6 o'clock this morning here in the studio. We also have a live blog. Our reporters have been working through the night to bring you the news as they get it. We're here in the studio bringing you analysis on that map, which, as you can see, looks very red. The American people have spoken and it's looking like a Trump victory. We haven't got any official reactions yet from EU officials, from Commission President, Parliament President, EU Council President, but we could in the next half an hour or so. But we are getting reactions from European Movement, for example, saying that it's time for the EU to wake up and stand on its 2 feet. But I feel like we've been having this conversation, Sasha, for so long. So did we really need another wake-up call in order for Europe to actually act?
But we did.
I mean, how many of those do you need? Seriously, it's like, wake-up call after wake-up call, bigger, stronger. Okay, that's not enough. Vaccines, COVID-19 pandemic's not enough. The first invasion of Russia is not enough. The full-scale invasion. I mean, what else? What else? But there is another thing. The way we are watching and the way we are reacting to the elections in the United States, the presidential elections, and we're now discussing here among ourselves and also watching the reaction about how it's going to impact the decision making here, the policies, our everyday life, the interest rates, the tariffs, Do you think that's the way the Americans were watching the EU elections?
Oh, listen, Europeans weren't even watching the European elections.
Well, that's my point.
In comparison to this. So,
that's exactly my point. This is about, that's what I'm talking about. Europe is watching, but I just don't think it's the balance is there. You know what I mean?
What you're saying there as well, Sasha, it just shows you the passive nature. We are watching onwards.
Yes. And we're like, that is the wake-up call now.
Destiny. Yeah. And Nathalie Loiseau, the former French minister, she's a French MEP now, she's saying something similar. She's saying this morning Europe wakes up with concern. It's time now to wake up, period. Does it count less and less from America? Question mark. I think the answer is yes. It will have to count more and more on itself now. United, it will choose its destiny. Divided, it will suffer it. That is also key, because remember how the European Union works. Unanimity is key. Division means that we all sort of splinter. So how does the European Union now act in a way that is cohesive and strong?
And that's been the fear, that there would be more hostility towards Europe if Donald Trump was to win the presidency again. Maya, you said earlier you believe that the EU is ready for a second Donald Trump presidency, but a lot of political circles here and security experts have been saying that we're living in very dangerous times, and that's maybe not the case. And a lot, as Sasha said earlier, should have been done many years ago.
Yeah, but I think the EU is prepared. As I said before, it wasn't prepared in 2016. It is now. And I mean, we won't repeat it again and again, but it's a way for Europe to become more assertive. This is clear. To me, it's quite clear. Now the question is, how to respond. We don't know exactly what Trump has in mind. I mean, there are proposals. We have heard a lot of things, but the reality so far, we can only anticipate whatever happens. There's no real concrete. On Ukraine, still mysterious. How is he going to deal with Putin? And we don't know all of this. So
there has been Trump-proofing of NATO in particular, over the past few months. Guarantees around at least €40 billion. The institutionalization of Ukraine within NATO, so that it's ever present. It's not something that can be thrown out on a whim. The Ukraine Contact Group, which doesn't just involve NATO countries, but it involves NATO partners throughout the world. And also, there is a feeling, there's a consensus that Trump won't remove the US from NATO, but obviously could be disruptive within that. But doesn't that also mean that allies, all of them, not just the 23, have to move up to at least the 2%, which is the threshold, which is the sort of bottom line threshold, because some allies are moving up to 4 or 5% of GDP on defence spending. And that's where we're at this point now. The Trump-proofing, I mean, there's only so much they could do as well, Maya. I mean, on trade, of course, is very important. Preparing for tariffs. We've been talking about the tariffs for a long time now. And the EU doesn't have the same response to China as the United States. It's not as hawkish, let's say. But that's, again, where the EU needs to create its own China policy, where there is an agreement, where it's not so aggressive. So it's all to play for.
It is all to play for, and that's what we're discussing here. Have you seen any reactions there, Sasha? You've been looking there at your computer for a while.
No. I'm following a few, of course, obviously outlets regarding the situation in the developing numbers and the count in the United States. But I also, Maya, I want to pick up on something that you mentioned before regarding regarding the Hungarian making Europe great again. Yeah, in this specific context, it does sound sarcastic, or there's a different connotation there. But if that's the thing, if that is, again, the wake-up call for Europe to make Europe great again, what's the downside?
Is it? But it's the interpretation of.
Of course,
yeah.
No. But that's the problem. No. But this is not. This is what I'm taking. This is exactly what I say. I mean, forget about the phrase itself. We're not going with that much. We're not going by that. But when it comes to defense, when it comes to security, when it came to the issue of supplying long-range weapons to Ukraine or allowing Ukraine to strike deep into Russia's territory, we've heard European partners, NATO partners, calls to Washington, please green light that, please allow Ukraine. Guys, produce enough long-range striking weapons and supply them to Ukraine yourself.
Sasha, it all comes down to how much the EU relies on the United States for everything, including and especially military aid. We know this. This is why we think that a Trump presidency could be beneficial for Europe if, in fact, Europe becomes self-sufficient in terms of military aid, or at least increases its budget for defense. These are issues that are beneficial for Europe.
Yeah, we'll have to see if we see strong lines coming out of that summit taking place as well later in the week. We've been hearing already from some MEPs. They've been speaking to the press already, saying the EU is well prepared for both scenarios. That's David McAllister, the German member of the European Parliament, who was head of the Foreign Affairs Committee, saying the EU has an interest in stable trade relationships and a strong NATO. But of course, the European pillar of NATO needs to be strengthened. And throughout the morning, apart from having our wonderful analysts here in the studio, we have Boyd Wagner as well, who is in our newsroom for us, standing in front of the map, breaking down all the results as they come in. So Boyd, what is the latest there now?
All right, so last time I was with you guys, we were talking about Pennsylvania. I was saying that I was looking at the data, just the amount of people, the votes that they were reporting at that time, it looked very much like Pennsylvania was going to go toward Donald Trump. Since that time, we're still waiting on AP to call Pennsylvania for Donald Trump. But since that time, there have been some developments in America where some of the major outlets are starting to call Pennsylvania for Donald Trump. That backs up what I was talking about 20 minutes ago when I was on with you guys last. So what does that mean? That means, one, the path becomes almost impossible for the vice president. The other thing we had to wait for was, you see this little dot up here in Maine? Maine and Nebraska over here are the only two states in the country that are not winner-take-all with all the electoral votes. That means that they split the vote and they have a district that might go to another candidate. So in the last 20, 25 minutes or so, Maine has confirmed that there is that one electoral vote that will go for Trump. Now, why that is important is because the other one that we're waiting for is, of course, Alaska. Now, Alaska is time zones and time zones behind not only us here in Europe, but also much of the East Coast. But the projections right now, of course, Alaska generally just goes Republican. So if we start to add up all those numbers with Alaska and with that little seat in Maine, and we include Pennsylvania, which, like I said before, I was okay calling earlier. I think we're okay officially calling it. That number adds up to 270, and I think we can officially call this election just about. Like I said, we will wait for the AP to do it with us, but I'm pretty confident that this looks like a Donald Trump victory. And I think the Trump campaign is pretty confident that this is a Donald Trump victory right now, because last I heard, they are preparing for Donald Trump to speak. And if Donald Trump is speaking, that means he is getting ready to declare victory himself. So that is what we're looking at with the Electoral College map. That's what we're looking at with the presidential elections. We can come back and we can talk about some of the other stuff, but just for right now, you guys can talk about what's going on behind me.
We can, certainly. We have a lot to talk about what's going on behind you. And we're also waiting with anticipation, Shona, to hear if Donald Trump does address his supporters there. It's likely he will.
Oh, I'm sure he will. I mean, why? I mean, wouldn't you? I mean, and there's, as we saw earlier from our coverage, there's crowds and crowds, people turning out for him who've been campaigning for this election for several years. It was coming to a really, I mean, look, I know, it was pretty sewn up like in the last few hours, but it's still tight. We can't say it wasn't tight. It wasn't a complete landslide. And in the last few days, it looked like the votes were going to Kamala Harris. So I'd say he is and has a bit of a surprise. And in fairness, what I did see from some of the Republicans calling for people to vote was they were trying to get more and more women to vote. And there was a sort of a feeling that was an interpretation that women were voting very much in favour of Kamala Harris and that Trump would lose because of women. Again, that hasn't materialised. He managed to get the vote out, despite the fact that he has criminal convictions. In 2021, he tried to overthrow American democracy on January 6th. He says quite abusive things about women, and he, the consequences of getting rid of Roe versus Wade has left women without really important health care. So that is the reality of the situation, and Americans still voted for him, and we just have to respect that. And now in the European Union, in Europe, we have to say how we're going to react, which is to finally get it together when it comes to outsourcing our defence, our security and our prosperity.
I think you've put it correctly there, Shona. Get it together as opposed to just saying it's time to wake up. Boyd, a reaction there?
Yep. Yeah, I heard you guys talking about the women vote and the women turnout, and it's something that we're tracking. But one of the things that I have also heard out of a few of these places, and specifically, again, we're still waiting on these 2 states up here that I mentioned earlier. They had to go for the vice president. But what we're talking about with Michigan, we're hearing that there is a tremendously high minority turnout, and especially black voter turnout for Donald Trump. Now, that is a bit jarring. And then in Wisconsin, we're hearing about a lot of younger voters who are turning out in favor of Donald Trump. So we've been so hyper-focused on the female vote and how impactful that is in this potentially historic gender gap that we're kind of missing some of these other key factors in there that the vice president needed to win this election. And minorities and younger voters are 2 key demographics in that. It's not just women. And we're starting to see some of these trends happen where those demographics in some of these key swing states, some of the key battleground states have shifted right toward Donald Trump. So I just wanted to mention that quick point.
And just before we lose you there, and just while we have you there, Boyd Wagner, just remind us what went wrong for Kamala Harris.
All of those.
I mean, it's an array of things. I think we were having the discussion here in the newsroom about there has been a bit of a wish-wash on exactly what her policy stance is. We know exactly what Donald Trump stands for the most part. We have these very pointed out issues with Donald Trump. And with Harris, it's been a bit of a back and forth on where does she stand on this issue, where does she stand on that issue. You guys were talking earlier about Josh Shapiro in Pennsylvania and whether that could have meant potentially that we're talking about Josh Shapiro is the governor of Pennsylvania. Josh Shapiro is very, very popular in Pennsylvania. He won with almost 60% of the vote in Pennsylvania as a Democrat. Josh Shapiro is Jewish, and of all the swing states, Pennsylvania has the most Jewish voters of all the swing states. And in an election where we talked earlier about foreign policy and it wasn't as big, it wasn't as important, and there's been a lot of talk here, of course, about Ukraine. But the bigger foreign policy topic in America right now is the Gaza conflict and Israel. And in the context of Gaza and Israel, making sure that you're able to drive out the Jewish vote demographic is really key. And that demographic typically goes for the Democrats. So one of the things I'm going to start tracking here, once we can dig into some of the exit poll data, is Pennsylvania, is the Jewish vote. And if that kind of impacted things, did that skew toward Donald Trump's way? And if potentially, as we were mentioning, they would have chosen Josh Shapiro over Tim Walz from Minnesota, might that have impacted it? I think it was a really, really good discussion that you guys had earlier. So I just wanted to make sure I commented on it.
Thanks, Boyd.
And Boyd, we're hearing that the US networks are actually calling it. They're calling out already a Trump victory.
Yeah, I was just checking in with MSNBC. I had not heard that they called it, but Fox News did call it about 15 minutes ago. They're projecting 277. They called Pennsylvania, but they also projected out to 277 for Donald Trump, giving Trump the victory. So they're projecting Trump as the outright winner at this point.
Okay, very interesting. We didn't think we'd have any sort of potential results so early.
And we thought we'd be here for days.
We thought we'd be live for hours trying to figure out our days even. But it looks like at 8:15 in the morning here live on Euronews, we can tell you that the American voters have taken their decision, and it looks like Donald Trump will be becoming president for the very second time. We're not hearing so many reactions so far. I imagine officials right now in the European Commission and the Parliament are gathering, trying to prepare some sort of a reaction. Shona, you've been at a number of briefings all week. Is the Commission ready for this scenario?
Well, like we talked about, I mean, there's a preparedness. There was task forces within the European Commission engaged on various different subject matters, trade, obviously security, all of those issues, in particular on foreign policy, on how to deal with the two countries, the United States and the EU's reaction towards China, which differed anyway, but trying to find areas of cooperation, bearing in mind the way Trump's modus operandi is, which is very much transactional, with a hesitancy towards hostility towards the European Union, but at least trying to figure out ways to cooperate, because it was very important to know that you really need to try to move together. But there's so many unknowns, to paraphrase, because we don't know exactly what his position is. It's been so ambivalent. I mean, saying you're going to end the war in Ukraine in 24 hours, that's hardly believable. It's sort of outrageous. It is Trump in it himself. It's a bombastic statement to make, but at least I suppose it shows you that he does want to end the war. We don't know the context of that.
Yeah, but when he was pressured about what's going to be the end of the war, whether it's Ukraine's victory or not, he did not reply to that.
No.
That's the issue here, because, you know, the way you see the end of that war, if you're supporting Ukraine winning or you support the end of the war. And then...
Well, I mean, the other thing is, I suppose he wasn't going to come out and say, I want Ukrainian victory, because he knows they'll never get Putin to the table on something like that. I mean, we're kind of being almost fanciful now in the discussion because we've no idea what it would look like. And that's the problem.
And we don't know what is behind, if there's any substance behind his kind of statements that Donald Trump has been coming out with. You've been monitoring some reactions there online from...
Yeah, there aren't so many reactions from, official leaders. Clearly, I think people, most government leaders will be waiting for the official results. There has been more and more reactions from the far right, which is interesting because, they have a victory tonight. So we've seen, for instance, Geert Wilders in the Netherlands. So Geert Wilders is the leader of the PVV, which is now in coalition in the Netherlands. And he said, congratulations, President Trump. Congratulations, America. Never stop. Always keep fighting and win elections, with a long list of emojis showing your fist, your muscle.
It's slightly No, it's not slightly. It's problematic in what I just said earlier about the EU waking up and saying, well, united we must stand and, regarner our strength because of the divisions within the European Union, the likes of Geert Wilders or Orban or others who may want to go in one direction, as opposed to, let's say, Ursula von der Leyen and the rest of the member states who want to go another direction, much more autonomous. So that's the problem with the EU, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, now the far-right reaction is a normal one, and it will be. Did
we
start
hear
flowing.
Yet from the French far-right? Did we hear yet?
No, it's interesting what you're saying, because I've checked and Marine Le Pen hasn't said anything.
Mm-hmm.
Jordan Bardella, who is the co-leader, didn't say anything either. And interestingly, they were both quite ambivalent in their support. And I think in 2016 they were very clear about their support for Trump. Marine Le Pen even went to New York. We had seen many images of her at Trump Tower. This time, I think they are being much more cautious. Also because I think that they don't necessarily feel at ease with Trump's rhetorics these days. I think he's been going very far in what he said, his sexist comments, his racist comments. I mean, I think Marine Le Pen doesn't feel very comfortable with Trump's leadership style, even though on the content they are completely aligned.
So it's too much even for some of the...
Exactly. Not for Orban. Not for Orban.
Let's just bring in Boyd Wagner. He really wants to share something with us. Boyd Wagner is our US politics expert. He's in the heart of the Euronews newsroom this morning, standing in front of the map, breaking down the news for us as he gets it. Boyd, what can you tell us now?
I think we're going to make it official, guys. I think we're going to officially call this race per Euronews, for Euronews. On behalf of Euronews, I will help do it. We're going to call this race for Donald Trump. This is a done deal. This is a Donald Trump win in 2024.
Boyd Wagner there saying that this is a done deal, and Euronews can officially confirm that Donald Trump has won the elections. Interesting, Stefan Kobe, our special correspondent who's in DC last week as we were in an editorial meeting, told the room he felt that Donald Trump...
He did, but he also said today, this morning, as with everyone else, that there had been a slight swing towards Kamala Harris in the last few days, and there had been polling to show that she was, it was tight, but that she was inching towards the presidency. And then you had people saying, actually, it may not go on for days, it could be much sooner, and it'll be Kamala Harris. Even people like Anthony Scaramucci, the former White House Director of Communications, I've been listening to him over the past while. I got, exactly... a former Trumper, of course, saying he thought it was going to be much less close, and it would be Kamala Harris for the win. So nobody really knew.
Those secret voters, this is how they...
Well, I think that's an interesting thing Boyd was saying, because we were looking at all the women all the time because they were the deciding factor in the last couple of elections. But actually, when I was in DC for the NATO conference in June, and DC, of course, very much a blue state, I spoke to lots of African American men who were working in restaurants and so on, and they were all voting for Trump. And this was before, I would say, though, Biden had just dropped out of the race. And so that was, also interesting. And then I think we have to talk about the Joe Rogan effect. Because how many million people listen to that? And I've heard so much about it from men across Europe, not just American men. Exactly. Yeah, and it was a 3-hour rambling discussion, which you could probably dip in and out of. But apparently Donald Trump wasn't his usual rancorous self. He was much more sort of relaxed and interested in the conversation. And I think that it appears, judging from the interpretation of how young men reacted to it, he seemed like a kind of guy that they could do business with. And so the direct conversations to voters without, let's say, a journalist asking pointed questions, I mean, that seems to be serving him well as well. And then, not to mention Elon Musk's support for him, which is huge. Gargantuan. We don't know how big, but
that was a huge factor in his campaign.
And we've seen that on X or on Twitter. Every second tweet is by Elon Musk.
Yeah. Whether you blocked him or not.
Unblock them.
And then actually the other interesting thing is, I mean, if you look at the immigrant community, Puerto Ricans and so on, Hispanics, they've moved in for Kamala Harris in Pennsylvania, where after we heard, Donald Trump's rally in Madison Square Gardens, the huge insult towards Puerto Ricans didn't really have a huge impact. And J.D. Vance's wife, is a woman who's born of immigrant parents, who's born in the United States. And during the RNC convention, I thought it was quite astonishing. She was giving her speech, and behind her were these posters saying "Deport immigrants now," and her being one of them. Obviously, I'm not saying that she was illegal or her parents were illegal, but sometimes immigrants and migrants get washed up in the same context. So there's so many things to unpack as to how this happened. But I think your point was very important, the anti-establishment.
There's also something mysterious to me, and I think for many Europeans, is a female vote. I mean, we mention it, but women voting for Trump. This is quite mysterious to us in some ways.
We saw them in the images there.
Given what he said in the past days.
Oh, here's Trump.
We're going to hear from Trump.
And now we can break in there because Donald Trump is now taking to the stage. His voters have been waiting impatiently for him. You can take a look.
And I won't forget the men who died, who gave that right to me. And I gladly stand up next to you and defend her still today. 'Cause there ain't no doubt I love this land. God bless the USA. From the lakes of Minnesota to the hills of Tennessee, across the plains of Texas, from sea to shining sea, from Detroit down to Houston and New York to LA, where there's pride in every American heart, and it's time we stand and say that I'm proud to be today, 'cause there ain't no doubt I love this land. God bless the
Thank you very much. Wow. These are our friends. We have thousands of friends on this incredible movement. This was a movement like nobody's ever seen before. And frankly, this was, I believe, the greatest political movement of all time. There's never been anything like this in this country, and maybe beyond. And now it's going to reach a new level of importance because we're going to help our country heal. We're going to help our country heal. We have a country that needs help, and it needs help very badly. We're going to fix our borders. We're going to fix everything about our country. And we made history for a reason tonight, and the reason is going to be just that. We overcame obstacles that nobody thought possible, and it is now clear that we've achieved them. It is now clear that we've achieved the most incredible political thing. Look what happened. Is this crazy? But it's a political victory that our country has never seen before, nothing like this. I want to thank the American people for the extraordinary honor of being elected your 47th president and your 45th president. And every citizen, I will fight for you, for your family, and your future. Every single day I will be fighting for you, and with every breath in my body, I will not rest until we have delivered the strong, safe, and prosperous America that our children deserve and that you deserve. This will truly be the golden age of America. That's what we have to have. This is a magnificent victory for the American people that will allow us to make America great again. Oh, we're going to. And in addition to having won the battleground states of North Carolina, I love these places, Georgia, Pennsylvania, and Wisconsin, we are now winning in Michigan, Arizona, Nevada, and Alaska, which would result in us carrying at least 315 electoral votes, but it's much easier doing what the networks did or whoever called it, because there was no other path. There was no other path to victory. We also have won the popular vote. That was great. Very proud of that. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. Now, winning the popular vote was very nice, I will tell you. It's a great feeling of love. We have a great feeling of love in this very large room with unbelievable people standing by my side. These people have been incredible. They've made the journey with me, and we're going to make you very happy. We're going to make you very proud of your vote. I hope that you're going to be looking back someday and say that was one of the truly important moments of my life when I voted for this group of people beyond the president, this group of great people. America has given us an unprecedented and powerful mandate. We have taken back control of the Senate. Wow, that's good. And the Senate races in Montana, Nevada, Texas, Ohio, Michigan, Wisconsin, the great Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, were all won by the MAGA movement. They helped so much. And in those cases, every one of them, we worked with the senators. They were tough races. And, I mean, the number of victories in the Senate was absolutely incredible. And we did tele-rallies. We did tele-rallies with each one of them. And sometimes we did 2 or 3 and it was amazing to look at all of those victories. Nobody expected that. Nobody. So I just wanted to thank you very much for that. And you have some great senators and some great new senators. And it also looks like we'll be keeping control of the House of Representatives. And I want to thank Mike Johnson. I think he's doing a terrific job. Terrific job. I want to also thank my beautiful wife, Melania, First Lady. Who has the #1 best-selling book in the country. Can you believe that? Oh, no, she's done a great job. Works very hard to help people. So I just want to thank her. But I want to thank my whole family, my amazing children, and they are amazing children. Now, we all think our children are amazing. Everybody here thinks their children are amazing, but that's a good thing when you think they are. But Don, Eric, Ivanka, Tiffany, Barron, Laura, Jared, Kimberly, Michael, thank you all. What a help. What a great job. My father-in-law, Victor, is tremendous, and we miss very much Melania's mother, Amalia. We miss Amalia, don't we, huh? She would be very happy right now, standing on this stage. She'd be so proud. She was a great woman, that one. Beautiful inside and out. She was a great woman. I want to be the first to congratulate our great, now I can say, Vice President-elect of the United States, J.D. Vance. And his absolutely remarkable and beautiful wife, Usha Vance. And he is a feisty guy, isn't he? You know, I've said, go into the enemy camp, and you know the enemy camp is certain networks, and a lot of people don't like to, sir, do I have to do that? He just goes, okay, which one? CNN, MSDNC? He'll say, all right, thank you very much. He actually looks like, he's like the only guy I've ever seen. He really looks forward to it, and then he just goes in and absolutely obliterates them. Say a couple of words.
Wild. Well, Mr. President, I appreciate you allowing me to join you on this incredible journey. I thank you for the trust that you placed in me. And I think that we just witnessed the greatest political comeback in the history of the United States of America. And under President Trump's leadership, we're never going to stop fighting for you, for your dreams, for the future of your children. And after the greatest political comeback in American history, we're going to lead the greatest economic comeback in American history under Donald Trump's leadership.
Thank you very much. He's turned out to be a good choice. I took a little heat at the beginning, But he was, I knew the brain was a good one, about as good as it gets. And we love the family, and we're going to have a great 4 years, and we're going to turn our country around, make it something very special. It lost that little thing called special. We have to make it so. We're going to make this so great. It's the greatest country, and potentially the greatest country in the world by far. And right now, we're going to just work very hard to get all of that back. We're going to make it the best it's ever been. We can do that. If we had to wait longer, I don't know. It was going bad, and it was going bad fast. We're going to have to seal up those borders, and we're going to have to let people come into our country. We want people to come back in, but we have to let them come back in, but they have to come in legally. They have to come in legally. Let me also express my tremendous appreciation for Susie and Chris, the job you did. Susie, come here. Come here, Susie. Chris, come here, Chris. Susie likes to stay sort of in the back, let me tell you. The Ice Maiden. We call her the Ice Maiden. Come here, Chris. Come here, Chris. Susie likes to stay in the background. She's not in the background. Come here, Susie.
This wasn't expected, but I just want to thank, obviously, President Trump for this journey. It was a great one, and he's a hell of a candidate, and he's going to be a hell of a great 47th president. And this team that we had, the best team, and, of course, even my boss, Susie Wiles, the best. Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you, Susie. Look at her. I've never seen her be shot before. Susie. They're great. Everybody up here is great. Everybody up here is very special. But the Trump, who did you say? Oh, let me tell you, we have a new star. A star is born, Elon. Now he is. Now he's an amazing guy. We were sitting together tonight. You know, he spent 2 weeks in Philadelphia and different parts of Pennsylvania, campaigning. You know, he sent the rocket up 2 weeks ago, and I saw that rocket, and I saw it coming down. I saw it. When it left, it was beautiful, shiny white. When it came down, it didn't look so pretty. It was going 10,000 miles an hour, and it was burning like hell. I said, what happened to your paint job? He said, we've never made a paint that could withstand that kind of heat. And but I saw it come down and turn around. And it was, you know, it's like 22 stories tall, by the way. It looks a little smaller than that, but it's big. And it came down, and you saw that fire burning. And I'm saying, only Elon can do this. It must be an Elon. And I tell the story. I told it last night. I had a man on the phone. I had the screen muted, no sound. I was talking to a very important man, happens to be here. And that very important guy, one of the most important people in, I would say, the country, actually. But, you know, I was president, and now it looks like I was going to be maybe president again, so I figured I could ask him to hold. So I asked him to hold. And especially because you're going to be president again, they hold. So I took the phone down, and I'm looking at the screen. I'm seeing this crazy thing that's going around and coming down. It looks like it's going to crash into the gantry. And I said, oh, no. And I said, do me a favor, do you mind holding for a couple of minutes? I want to see this. I thought it was a space-age movie or something. I put the phone down. Bad part, I didn't pick it up for 45 minutes, and he was holding. But this spaceship came down, and I saw those engines firing, and it looked like it was over. It was going to smash. And then I saw the fire pour out from the left side, and it put it straight. And it came down so gently, and then it wrapped those arms around it, and it held it. And just like you hold your baby at night, your little baby. And it was a beautiful thing to see. And I called Elon. I said, Elon, was that you? He said, yes, it was. I said, who else can do that? Can Russia do it? No. Can China do it? No. Can the United States do it other than you? No, nobody can do that. I said, that's why I love you, Elon. That's great. And you know, when we had the tragic Hurricane Helene, and it hit North Carolina, they were really devastated, the water. This was a big water, as big as we've ever seen, water hurricane. It built lakes out of nothing. Fields became lakes, and the danger was unbelievable. And the people from North Carolina came to me and they said, would it be possible, at all possible, for you to speak to Elon Musk? We need Starlink. I said, what's Starlink? It's a form of communication. So I called Elon, and I'll tell you what, he had, and it was very dangerous. People would die. They had no communication. All the wires were down. I called Elon Musk. I said, Elon, you have something called Starlink. Is that right? Yes, I do. What the hell is it? He said, it's a communication system that's very good. I said, Elon, they need it really, really badly in North Carolina. Can you get it? He had that there so fast. It was incredible. And it was great. It saved a lot of lives. He saved a lot of lives. But he's a character. He's a special guy. He's a super genius. We have to protect our geniuses. We don't have that many of them. We have to protect our super geniuses. I want to thank some of the guys. You know, we have up here today the U.S. Open champion. He's a fantastic golfer. He's slightly longer than me. It's a ball, a little bit longer than me. Just a little bit. Bryson DeChambeau is up here someplace. What happened to Bryson? Where is he? Bryson. Oh, he was shot. He's hitting balls. Oh, he's on the way. He's hitting balls. Bryson. Oh, look at him. He's got a great career going. Great U.S. Open, Bryson. That's a fantastic job. And we also have a man, Dana White, who has done some job. He's a tough guy. So Dana started UFC and came to me, do you mind if I use your... Nobody wanted to give him a rinse because they said it's a rough sport, a little rough. And I helped him out a little bit, and I went, and I said, this is the roughest sport I've ever seen, but I began to like it, and he loved it, and nobody's done a better job in sports. And you know, he's a very motivational kind of a guy, what he does. He gets these fighters, and they really go at it, and it's become one of the most successful sports enterprises anywhere at any time. It's doing so well. I'd like to ask Dana just to say a couple of words because people love to hear from him. Dana, please.
Nobody deserves this more than him, and nobody deserves this more than his family does. This is what happens when the machine comes after you. What you've seen over the last several years, this is what it looks like. Couldn't stop him. He keeps going forward. He doesn't quit. He's the most resilient, hard-working man I've ever met in my life. His family are incredible people. This is karma, ladies and gentlemen. He deserves this. They deserve it as a family. I want to thank some people real quick. I want to thank the Nelp boys, Aiden Ross, Theo Vaughn, Bussin' with the Boys, and last but not least, the mighty and powerful Joe Rogan. And thank you, America. Thank you. Have a good night.
That is a piece of work. No, he's really an amazing guy. But most of all, I want to thank the millions of hardworking Americans across the nation who have always been the heart and soul of this really great movement. We've been through so much together, and today you showed up in record numbers to deliver a victory like no other.
So if you've just joined us, you're watching Donald Trump speaking live there at the Republican headquarters, speaking to his supporters, his voters. There was cries of joy among his supporters there, shouts of "Make America Great Again." A rather subdued, perhaps low energy speech there from Donald Trump, digesting the news. We also have lots of reactions from Europe. And on that point, we can bring in Sebastian Kurz, the former Chancellor of Austria, who's joining us here on the line. Of course, we all know you very well as you were in office when Donald Trump was in office before. So thank you so much for joining us here live on Euronews with us for this programme. So first, your reaction really to this news. What will it, of course, mean for Europe?
Well, I think first of all, I have to say that it is a surprise that it was such a big victory of Donald Trump. I think everybody expected a very close race. And for Europe, I hope that there will be a professional way in working together. Most of the leaders in the European Union have been quite critical about Trump. But on the other hand, the US is the most important partner for Europe. And I think it's important for the West that the US and Europe work together quite well when it comes to foreign policy, when it comes to being present in the rest of the world. And of course, also our economies are extremely linked. So I hope that there are no tensions, but a good cooperation between the US and the EU.
And is the EU as 27 ready, do you think, for a Trump presidency? Or could we see a rise in European far-right influence?
Well, I would say some are probably more ready and others are less ready. If you look at the European Union, the 27 member states are quite different. Yeah, so you have different governments, you have different outcomes in elections, and most of the countries are not comparable to the others. So from my perspective, I think there is one big goal, and the goal should be to reach a ceasefire in Ukraine. So many people have been killed in this war of aggression so far. And Donald Trump always said that one of his first goals is to end the war. I don't think that it will be possible to do it in 24 hours, like he said. But I think that, of course, a new leadership in the US can be a new momentum. And hopefully this will lead to a ceasefire, because I think this would be good for Ukraine. It would be good for the European Union and for all of us.
OK, Sebastian Kurz, thank you so much for joining us here live on Euronews with your reaction to Donald Trump's victory. And we have our security and defence analyst here with us in the studio, Sasha Vacalini. We heard there from Mr. Kurz saying that potentially the Trump victory could see a ceasefire potentially in Ukraine. What would be your reaction to that? Mr. Kurz obviously pointing out it wouldn't take 24 hours. I mean, it's something we've been discussing here among ourselves all morning.
The ceasefire in Ukraine, again, I'm going to bring that up again. It depends on what terms.
Of course.
That depends on what terms we're going to be there. And Ukraine has a very strong position about there is nothing about Ukraine without Ukraine. So whatever Trump is going to discuss with Putin, with the Europeans, with anybody, that's not going to work if Ukraine is not there at the table for the conversation. And this is something quite important. But at the same time, I've got the reaction from Medvedev. He is, as you know, Russian president is not really using X or any other social media. So what we hear is from Medvedev. He reacted. He said that he's still furious about the bipartisan anti-Russian consensus on Capitol Hill. But, and I'm quoting here, Trump has one quality that is useful for us, for Moscow, though. As a businessman to the core, he mortally dislikes spending money on various hangers on idiotic allies, on stupid charity projects and international organizations. And this is the role where he put toxic Ukraine in that group. So this can be seen as some opinion, some position from Moscow regarding the fact that they don't think that Donald Trump is going to continue his support for Ukraine, in the sense that he does not like to spend the money on these kind of things. But there is another point of view on this one. I'm not sure about the ceasefire here, because again, this 24 hours plan,
it's not that
the terms you can pressure, the terms you can dictate until very, very certain.
Yeah, so we've got the view from Moscow. Thank you so much for bringing us that. We also have the view from Budapest, Viktor Orban, saying that this is the biggest comeback in US political history, congratulating Donald Trump. But let's take a look again at Donald Trump, who's speaking to his supporters, his voters at the headquarters there this morning.
And we're going to try, we have to try, and it's going to happen. Success will bring us together. I've seen that. I saw that in the first term. When we became more and more successful, people started coming together. Success is going to bring us together, and we are going to start by all putting America first. We have to put our country first for at least a period of time. We have to fix it. Because together we can truly make America great again for all Americans. So I want to just tell you what a great honor this is. I want to thank you. I will not let you down. America's future will be bigger, better, bolder, richer, safer, and stronger than it has ever been before. God bless you, and God bless America. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Speaking quite a low energy speech, and I very rudely had to interrupt Sasha Vecchialini there, who was highlighting the views there from Moscow. You can continue there, and then we'll get some analysis and reaction to Trump's speech.
I wanted to add that we are widely expecting Trump to pull out his support in the supplies. That is very, very possible. If that's also kind of an argument for him to trying to pressure Ukraine into any kind of negotiations or any kind of a deal. But if Washington is out of support, and if Trump does that, Ukraine will not have any reasons to abide by any previous escalation lines that were somehow decided in Washington. Now, yes, that also means that the lack of some of the supplies, the lack of, obviously, some of the weapons that Ukraine has been asking for, but also, you remember all this, let's not escalate because we don't know how Putin will react, we don't know how Russia will react. That will be over. And this is where Ukraine will be probably more able to actually strike deeper into Russia's territory, to already strike preventively when it comes to the North Korean soldiers and citizens being there in Kursk region and getting ready to enter, to cross the borders with Ukraine. So this will somehow, in some sense, that will free Ukraine of some of the limitations, potentially. Now that, of course, comes with limitations, yes, but not the supplies. This is where we hit again. Would be great to have more supplies coming from Europe, and would be great to have more European countries producing more of those weapons, not to be forced to rely on American supplies.
But then remember, Europe is also putting those same restrictions on Ukraine. I mean, we heard from Chancellor Scholz, for example, saying they wouldn't be getting the long-range weapons to use in Ukraine, in Russian territory, full stop. So but
Germany is very specific because they don't want to supply it in general.
Exactly, yeah.
It's not about just striking, it's about supplying
that's
as well.
true,
So yes, but when it comes to this, Ukraine will still... in any case, Washington was more strict and was more leading regarding the limitations for Ukraine. And those escalation lines, red lines, escalation management, I feel like, if that is out of the equation, there will change.
So we're looking at essentially a whole new picture, because actually what I'd heard also in the last few months is that the trust had broken down between Zelensky and the Biden administration in relation to Kursk. So that's some of the sort of analysis that I'd heard, and that was one of the reasons why when Zelensky
in terms of Kursk,
it was just that the Americans weren't fully aware of that offensive, and that they wanted to know more about it, and that might have been one of the reasons why there was a deafening silence from Biden in relation to the victory plan. So, and we heard from Sebastian Kurz there, which was interesting because he worked with Trump when he was Chancellor of Austria, and he's actually very much echoed the point that everyone has been saying, which is now it's time for Europe to wake up and start working on itself. I actually got a source from the European Council. Can I say this on TV? It's time to get our shit together. It's time. We've been beating around the bush and delaying necessary decisions. If we had another 4 years of Kamala, would we be doing that? No, we wouldn't. So we know it might hurt, but it's time to show leadership and not to hide behind our circumstances or our allies.
That's the thing, Shona. Another 4 years of Kamala Harris, we could have just sat on our laurels here and just entered another period of complacency. Let's bring in Boyd Wagner, who's in our newsroom this morning digesting the news for us. Boyd, what can you tell us?
But it's good to be back with you. So I just want to quick follow up on a few things. You mentioned a few times Donald Trump had a bit of a subdued speech. I think that's probably what his advisors and strategists on the Republican side were hoping for out of him, not getting too bombastic at this point. So just from a quick messaging standpoint, probably the good move, just being a bit more subdued at this point in time. So just to follow up on that. Real quick, I wanted to touch on a few things. We're going to get to the U.S. Senate real quick, but I want to go over the map as we had it last time I was with you. I called Pennsylvania, but the AP still had not called it for Donald Trump. You see now that Pennsylvania is in a full dark red, so they did call it. So per the AP, as you'll find it on Euronews.com, the numbers for the Electoral College are 267 for Donald Trump. And that is because of the Pennsylvania got it to 266. And then, as I mentioned previously, with Maine, with that single seat up there in Maine, is 267. The reason why we can confidently call for Donald Trump is because of down here in Alaska, where things are going to lag behind because they're hours and hours and hours behind. That will, again, also go for Donald Trump. So that gives it the 270 number. The projections are actually trending even higher. We could be looking at a potential scenario from anywhere from 301 electoral votes to 312 electoral votes. And that would be over the 312 number. That would be over what both Biden did in 2016 or 2020, where he got 306, and what Donald Trump did in 2016, where he got 304. So the numbers as we're looking at them right now are actually better for what Donald Trump, he's outperforming not only 2020, which he needed to do, but it looks to be outperforming 2016 at the moment. So real quick, if you guys had any follow-ups on the presidential before I switch to the Senate, I'm all ears for you, but I'm gonna switch over to the Senate here real quick.
Good morning. It's almost 9 o'clock here in the EU capital of Brussels, and you're live with us on Euronews. We've been live here with rolling news and analysis coverage since 6 o'clock in the morning. We're also live blogging. Our reporters are bringing you up to speed, so check out Euronews.com as well for all the latest on the US presidential elections. As it stands, it looks like Donald Trump will be the next president of the United States. He's already spoken to his supporters at his headquarters, saying that they're entering a new era, a golden era, and this will be a historic time for his voters and for the American people. He was standing alongside his running mate and also his wife and his numerous children, thanking them for their support and for helping him to get to where he is today. Here in Brussels, of course, the capital is just waking up, and we're getting reactions from here, from the EU institutions and all across the board. We're hearing already from the Austrian head of state congratulating Donald Trump, saying that this will mean, obviously, the United States is a very strategic partner for Austria, and we're very focused on how important this transatlantic relationship is and should stay. I'm translating there from German. We heard as well from France. We're hearing from a number of far-right leaders in France there.
And we've heard from French President Emmanuel Macron, who just said, congratulations, President Donald Trump. We are ready to work together as we have done in the past for the coming years. And with our convictions and your convictions and mine, he said, with respect and ambition.
But meanwhile, concern is
cautious.
And we've seen some Green MEPs tweeting this morning saying that this is a terrible result for minorities, terrible for women's rights, terrible for the climate, terrible for Ukraine. That was Anna Cavazzini, a Green German MEP, because, of course, the climate. What about the climate as we head into COP29 in Azerbaijan? Donald Trump, when he was previously president, he pulled out of that Paris Agreement.
Exactly. And he's never, he said in the past that he doesn't believe in global warming or climate change. A lot of those who are on his side, and even in 2016 when he was president, he was all about deregulation. So deregulation when it comes to clean air and so on. And now he owns the political centre. because he's going to control Congress. So what does that mean for cooperation around global warming when we know his priority is deportation, the border and inflation? Again, we talked about this earlier, somehow global warming seems to be one of those issues we deal with when, the crises are put to bed, which is not anytime soon. So yeah, for global warming, it's a gloomy outlook. I think we can probably interpret that way.
We haven't seen any reactions yet, but I'm sure there's plenty on social media. We'll be checking in with James.
Unless, of course, Maeve, what we will see, sorry to interrupt you, is if we will see weather patterns, dramatic weather patterns emerge over the next while, inevitably, as we saw in Valencia in Europe, and maybe that will spur Americans to demand change on global warming. You never know. I mean, that's the only thing that would make him change his mind.
Even though climate was not really an issue in this campaign.
Not at all.
Even Kamala Harris didn't mention it so much.
And it wasn't really an issue either in our elections back in June either, as much as it was, for example, a few years ago.
It was the opposite. If you look at the European Parliament elections, the Greens lost so many seats, and they lost so many seats because they were blamed for the Green Deal, even though it was the EPP that came up with the Green Deal. Yeah. And the EPP in the Commission, they had most Commission portfolios, they had most MEPs and most council seats.
Just this time last week, we were in our newsroom here in Euronews. We were speaking to Stefan Grobe, our correspondent who's actually been covering these elections since the 90s. He used to as well be the US correspondent for Euronews, and he is on the ground all week speaking to voters over in Washington, D.C., and also hearing how the political bubble there has been reacting. Stefan, thank you so much for being with us. I know it's been a long night for you there, but please tell us your reaction to this outcome, please.
Well, it was a bit of a surprise. I mean, for weeks and weeks we were saying that the race is neck and neck and nail biter, etc. But then it was a clearer victory, a bigger victory than anticipated. And the reactions of the candidates tonight is testament to that. Trump already spoke, declared himself the winner. Kamala Harris remained silent. The vice presidential press pool was told that there is a lit, which basically means there's no more public engagement, no more speech forthcoming. She will probably speak to the world, her supporters, and all the other Americans tomorrow. So, was it a surprise? I think yes. Also surprising was the clean sheet of the Republicans. Their gains in Congress were surprising. I mean, Ted Cruz was re-elected. That was always sort of in the cards, but none of the races that the Democrats hoped they could flip did actually materialize. And if you look at the numbers, especially in the north and swing states, Harris was surprisingly weak, and which means that she was unable to keep her coalition together. Too many blue-collar voters, workers, Latinos, African Americans, and white men abandoned the Democratic Party and voted for Trump. And to an extent, that was quite astonishing, Maeve.
How are the Democrats feeling now? Have you had the chance to speak to anyone there?
Well, those who are still awake are devastated. It's 2016 all over again. A big defeat that was not expected, especially over the past few days. Democrats had shown, at least in public, a newly found confidence and optimism. Facing Trump vibes that were clearly recognizable in the weeks before. And I'm not sure whether this is the end of Kamala Harris's political career. Right now, nobody wants to say anything. People have to process this, and we'll see what's next for the Democrats.
Certainly we'll see what's next. I'm sure they're somewhere licking their wounds right now. Stefan Grobe, thank you so much for that live update. Stay with us. We're now joined in the studio once more by Angela Barnes, our business editor, who's been spending the mornings taking a look at reactions there. The financial markets, I'm sure, in Europe have just gone live.
Indeed, Maeve. So I'm keeping my eyes peeled on the markets here. So the markets open at 9 a.m, but unfortunately the data hasn't come through yet. There's often a 5-10 minute delay. So they should change from last night's prices to this morning's prices any minute, but we are expecting the European markets to open lower in reaction to Donald Trump's success. US stock futures, meanwhile, the indices, they have surged overnight, as did the US dollar. The latter on expectations now of more tariffs and inflationary pressures, policy that could force the Fed to halt its easing policy. Meanwhile, Chinese stocks have also taken a very heavy knock on fears of fresh US tariffs, because Donald Trump has promised to impose 60% tariffs on imports from China. And of course, with European stock markets, that's a 10% tariff that he has said. And his rhetoric, we only heard him speaking in Pennsylvania last week saying, quote, he said, these little European countries together, he said, oh, they'll be paying a big price, essentially, is what Donald Trump said. So if we're to go by his rhetoric and previous statements, then I think the European economy is going to be in for a very rough ride. We still haven't got the data yet.
Will he make good on these promises?
Well, this is the thing. With Donald Trump, if we go on the previous statements, he usually does follow through on often some of the things he says. He might not complete them, but he has followed through in the past. And he's been very firm on trade tariffs. And remember, in 2018, he implemented as well the tariffs on aluminium and steel. And that cost the European economy an awful lot of money. Now, that was suspended under Biden until March 2025. So if Kamala Harris had come in, it looked like those negotiations would have grinded on and it would have been positive for Europe. But that's something he did implement. So I think March 2025 could be an unfortunate outlook for steel and aluminium, and keeping across those European companies linked to steel and aluminium as well this morning to see what the reaction is there. But at the moment, everything is looking quite red when it comes to that. But for the Trump trade, the gold, the Bitcoin, the dollar, all looking very positive. However, the gold, I've been keeping across it. It's been going from green to red this morning, green to red. And that's part of the Trump trade, because gold is seen as a hedge against, it's seen as a hedge against inflation. It's seen as a safe haven asset in times of volatility. And of course, Donald Trump, we've heard his comments on Ukraine and the Middle East, and there's that uncertainty which would encourage investors to flock towards those safe haven assets such as gold. And so investors are clearly, there's an investor sentiment clearly being reflected in the markets this morning that suggests they really don't know where to go with their safe haven assets, seeing gold fluctuate this morning from green to red. However, Bitcoin, as I said, has surged, and that's because Donald Trump has promised to make the US the crypto capital of the world. And so crypto companies are obviously very joyous about the outcome so far this morning. But for European markets, let's just see if we have an update, because the DAX I'm particularly interested to see. I'm just clicking on the markets data here. The DAX, Germany's DAX, I'm interested to see because it's expected to open in the red. And of course, the tariffs would be Germany's most exposed to the US. And so, unfortunately.
And that's interesting, because we had our correspondent Liv Shroud on earlier, and we asked her exactly about that. And she said that Germany is now the sick man of Europe.
Well, Germany was already under huge economic pressure, and then recently, it closed 3 plants, Volkswagen plants. But the value of German exports to the US amounted to about 158 billion euros in 2023. That's according to data from the UN Comtrade database. And in 2022, some of the key German goods, packaged medicines, cars and vehicles, that's still the same. So these sectors would be significantly impacted, and Germany, of course, incredibly exposed to the US as a result of these now pending 10 or even 20% tariffs. Actually, I did get something through from an analyst who gave me a prediction on if Trump does impose a 10% tariffs on imports to the US from Europe over his 4-year term, Germany could experience a loss in GDP of over 127 billion euros, which is immense. And if that goes to 20%, EU goods coming in, the German economy could possibly lose about 180 billion euros. That could translate to about a 1.5% fall in GDP, but by the end of Trump's 4-year term. And I mean, that would be horrendous for Germany's economy, already suffering. So
we all rely on Germany.
Absolutely. I'm just doing a quick refresh.
You have a
to
look,
see if
and
I
in the
have my
meantime,
European
we can.
We do have a reaction from Ukraine's President Volodymyr Zelensky. He tweeted, or shall I say, posted on X, sending his congratulations to Donald Trump on the impressive election victory. And I quote him, "I recall our great meeting with President Trump back in September, and we discussed in detail the Ukraine-US strategic partnership, the victory plan, and ways to put an end to Russian aggression against Ukraine." Zelensky said he appreciated Trump's commitment to the peace through strength approach in global affairs. Now, this is a key phrase there, peace through strength. That's what we're looking forward to hearing more details and substance, in fact, from Washington and from Donald Trump. Zelensky continues saying this is exactly the principle that can be practically bring just peace in Ukraine closer. I'm hopeful that we will put it into action together. This is Volodymyr Zelensky's reaction and the first congratulations coming from Kiev to Trump, which is, of course, very important since Trump also said that no more wars, on my watch. So how are you going to get there? How are you going to actually...
Well, the fact that he's complimentary about the peace through strength, because we know that the victory plan itself is an offensive, essentially, to push Russia into the position where there is a negotiation and there is an agreement on both sides that stays in place and is a just peace. And actually, you know, we know that Donald Trump is a person who, if nothing else, admires and sees value in strength. Yeah. And so... And in fairness, when he did come out of that meeting at the after the UN General Assembly with Zelensky, Donald Trump was actually the most supportive of the victory plan. Everybody else has been sort of quite, well, tepid when it comes to it. So maybe what Volodymyr Zelensky is saying there is actual genuine, or at least, and not just hope against hope.
And he also
anyway, we'll
flattery
find out, right?
Yeah, well, we'll see. It's interesting because we also received now the President of the Republic of Lithuania commenting and congratulating Donald Trump. And interestingly, he says, okay, congratulations. And then the US is a key strategic ally of Lithuania. We both take our security seriously. Currently, we allocate 3.5% of our GDP to defense and will continue increasing our investment. Transatlantic unity is crucial. So there we go. We already have them congratulating, the NATO members. Are we going to see in every post on social media exactly reporting how much of their GDP they're investing in defense and security, and what's the goal there?
Macron's also posted on X saying he's ready to work together with Trump. France's President Macron he's congratulated Trump on his victory.
And Rutte, Secretary General of NATO, I congratulated Donald Trump on his election as President of the United States. His leadership will be key to keeping our alliance strong. I look forward to working with him again to advance peace through strength. Peace through strength.
That's it. That's the line.
They must have come up with it a few days ago and said, okay, here's what we say. No, it is it. But it also it completely builds into the character
is not
of Donald
peace
Trump.
through pressing Ukraine to give up on territories.
Exactly.
That's...
And not the non-escalation, as you talked about, Sasha, is not working.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, absolutely. That's the line we should keep an eye on.
Let's see who else says it.
Yes.
Well, if you've just joined us, we're here live on Euronews, digesting the news coming from America this morning that Donald Trump has won the elections, the presidential elections. He's already spoken to his voters at his headquarters, and we're digesting the news here on Euronews, live on TV and also with our live blog. If you want any more insights and into all the various states, you can take a look there. We're in the studio here with Angela Barnes, who's been taking a look at the movements on the markets. A bit slow there, no?
Very slow. Usually, there's a 5 to 10 minute delay on the data on the markets, but I'm still waiting for the update. I'm seeing the prices for European markets from last night, which was a very mixed bag. But this morning, we are expecting to see a sea of red. I'm waiting for it. It's not there yet.
And have there been any reaction so far from Business Europe or various lobby groups here in Brussels?
Now, I've reached out to Business Europe for a comment, and as soon as we get that, I will let you know. But I have had some market analysts and some economists sending me their thoughts on what this all means. Now, quite interestingly, Mr. Youssef Ashwari, who is an economist, he sent me his thoughts and said quite interestingly, he thinks over the medium term, he said a Trump win will lead to lower oil prices due to more supplies. He said a lift on the ban to drill on federal land and more support to the oil and gas industry to strengthen the US energy security. This is essentially because we know that Donald Trump wants to move away from the Inflation Reduction.
But it's also more fossil fuels.
Of course, more fossil fuels, but that is what
Donald
Trump
also going
has pledged,
into Russia.
which is of course not good. But this is what we know Trump said he will do. He's been very pro-oil companies, pro-traditional fossil fuels.
And that's
oil,
why climate
gas, and
activists are
coal.
panicking this morning.
Yeah, and of course as well, Youssef as well, Ashmari says it could also mean a different approach to Ukraine, which may see an end to the war and that will reduce the geopolitical risk premium that the market is pricing in oil. Of course, with oil prices, we saw them go sky high in February 2022 when the Russia-Ukraine crisis began. However, oil prices are much lower now, and with the geopolitical risk uncertainty and with support from Trump, more supply demand, we could indeed, as Mr. Youssef says here, see oil prices go down.
Okay, fascinating. We'll stay with us there and tell us when those markets do open. And let's see if we can check in with James Thomas. He is in our newsroom this morning and he's monitoring reactions as well on social media, checking out as well if there's any fake news online. James.
Well, as you guys have been saying, the European leaders are now reacting and they're coming in thick and fast. So I know you've mentioned some of these already, but just to kind of go over them again and quickly give a little recap. We've got Prime Minister Viktor Orban there, a known Trump ally, congratulating Trump for the biggest comeback in US political history. We've got Austria's Chancellor congratulating Trump as well. Emmanuel Macron saying that they're going to work together as they did 4 years ago. Sorry, not 4 years ago, but during 4 years, last time Trump was in power. They share the same convictions. The president of Lithuania also congratulating. Volodymyr Zelensky, obviously the president of Ukraine. I know Sasha just mentioned him as well. Perhaps the one we were most looking forward to, or the one we were most looking forward to see. He's obviously really relaying the fact that, you know, Trump is going to be a huge player in potential peace in Ukraine. So we'll obviously wait to see what happens after that. And Mark Rutte as well, the Secretary General of NATO. Again, it remains to be seen how Trump is going to react in NATO now that he's back in power. So that's kind of the sort of a little roundup of the European leaders that we've seen so far. Obviously, in the US, goes without saying, a lot of joy from Republicans and Trump supporters. Prominent US politicians have begun congratulating Trump since his victory was first called. Here's a little flavour of what we've seen so far. So Kevin McCarthy, the ousted Republican Speaker of the House of Representatives last year, he said that America has spoken and it's a historic win for them all. Next we have Robert Kennedy Jr., the previous presidential hopeful. He said that Trump can bring the US together and make America healthy again. And again, it goes without saying, Elon Musk, we know he's a big supporter of Trump, or he has been for the past few months. In any case, you only need to scroll through his timeline just to see all the, the jubilatory tweets that he's putting out there, talking about how fantastic the future is going to be. The one's just come through now, a retweet saying Vox Populi, Vox Dei, the people have spoken. And then, but for Harris and the Democratic campaign or the Democratic Party supporters, it's really, as you can expect, more this feeling of despair. I've been through reams and reams of tweets, Reddit posts, Facebook posts. It's all very, very glum. But there is this one that I saw that I'd just like to point out. Here's one person, I guess, trying to spark a positive tone that, well, at the very least, Trump won't be able to run for president again, is what this person is saying, because, he will have had his 2 terms in office. So that is the one silver lining, I guess, that anti-Trump fans will be clinging to at the moment.
Okay. James Thomas, thank you so much for that. We'll come back to you a little bit later, but first let's head straight over to Paris, where Sofia Katzenskova, Euronews' correspondent, is standing by. We understand Emmanuel Macron, the French president, has already been on the phone to the German Chancellor Olaf Scholz. What has been the reaction there from Emmanuel Macron, Sofia?
Yes, Maeve. Just a couple of minutes ago, the French President Emmanuel Macron tweeted to congratulate Donald Trump. He said that he was ready to work together as they had previously done so. And he added, with your convictions as well as with ours, with respect and ambition and for more peace and prosperity, I quote. And speaking of peace, now that Trump has been elected, what happens with Ukraine is one of the big questions that's probably on Emmanuel Macron's mind. behind the French president, has shown countless of times his unwavering support to Ukraine since Russia's full-scale invasion. And a Trump presidency could seriously weaken these efforts. And the same goes for Israel and Palestine. A few weeks ago, Macron even called to stop arms deliveries to Israel and even pledged millions of euros in aid to Lebanon. So a Trump presidency could seriously weaken Macron's wish to be seen as an effective international mediator when it comes to both of these conflicts.
And Sophia, what about the French people themselves? Are they interested in these elections? Have they been reacting to this outcome?
Yes, so the U.S. presidential elections have been very closely followed by French people here, and that's because there's quite a lot at stake. First of all, Donald Trump wants to increase taxes on imported products. You've mentioned that quite a few times this morning, and this measure could really penalize French businesses, French exports to the United States. We're talking aeronautical equipment, we're talking medicine, beverages, in particularly wine and cognac. And it's a real cause for concern. For example, French winemakers I spoke to a few days ago said that they were worried about the outcome of the U.S. elections, and that's because they've greatly already suffered under Donald Trump's first mandate. And that's because back then he raised taxes on French wine by 25%. And because the U.S. is the largest market for French wine, well, this caused a drop in 40% of exports towards the U.S., which caused in total a loss of 500 million euros for the French wine industry. So many French businesses, the French government, and also just French people are quite worried when it comes to these protectionist promises that Donald Trump has said that he wishes to implement. But just like everyone else, I guess they'll have to wait and see. Back to you, Brussels.
Many here in Brussels also worried about that. Sophia Kaskansova live for us there in Paris. Thank you so much for that update. That was the view, of course, from Paris. We're also hearing from Rome in the last couple of minutes, with Giorgia Meloni taking to X to say on behalf of herself and the government, sincere congratulations to President-elect Donald Trump. Italy and the US are sister nations, she said, linked by an unshakable alliance, common values and a historic friendship. We're joined now in the studio by Boyd Wagner. We've lost Angela Barnes, who will come back to us a little bit later to give us the latest on the markets. We're still joined by Sasha Vacalini and Shona Murray. Boyd, lovely to see you physically again.
Yeah,
we had you over there in front of the map. So tell us exactly now what you've been digesting, who you've been speaking to.
Well, so we talked a lot about issues earlier, and we can dive into some of the stuff I want to go into. We'll talk about what is like motivating the voters, why we saw some shifts happen. We'll touch on some of we mentioned the Iowa poll a few times today. That has been nowhere close to accurate. The last I saw it was like 14%.
Which is why it's interesting in and of itself. None of that's materialised, right?
Crazy disparity between what that poll was showing 2-3 days before the election and what the actual outcome is. The actual outcome was even farther ahead than what the initial kind of early projections were. Yeah. So there have been kind of these shakeups in terms of what the polling said in the final few days and then what we're getting to today. So we can discuss issues and stuff at some point. I want to touch on U.S. Senate at some point because I was prepping it on the map on the other in the other studio. And it is incredibly crucial. We still don't know too much about the House of Representatives, the lower body of U.S. Congress. Going into today, we were projecting that it is currently controlled by the Republicans, narrowly. They have by about 8 seats right now. We were projecting with about 70% confidence that would flip. So we were looking at maybe about an 8 to 10 seat advantage for the Democrats. We still don't know enough about those specific races in there and how that's going to flip. But it still seems like that's possible. And that's incredibly important because on the other side of the House on the other side of Congress in the other chamber is the U.S. Senate, which was, as we mentioned earlier, controlled by the Democrats 51-49. Super narrow. It's so narrow that one of the outgoing Democratic senators, Joe Manchin from West Virginia, a state which I'll get into here in a second. Joe Manchin is was a very moderate senator. He'll be there for the next month. But he did side with the Republicans on a whole host of issues, making it 50-50. And in a 50-50 scenario, that requires the vice president to vote. And that happened a few times with Harris voting with the Democrats and pushing through legislation. So now we're looking at, right now we've already confirmed that there is a 51% or 51 seat majority for the Republicans. That could grow significantly. Right now, I think it will at least be 53 seat majority for the Republicans. And we can go through some of the states. If we want to bring up at least a map, we can talk about the electoral map.
We have the map right there.
All right, so here's the electoral map. Key Senate races going on are in some of the states that we've talked about over and over again. Yeah. Pennsylvania is a key one. Dave McCormick is the challenger, the Republican, to Bob Casey, a 3-term senator on the Democratic side. Currently, I am seeing that Dave McCormick is ahead by about 1.2 to 1.3%, and that's with about 95% reporting. So that is a crucial race that we need to watch. Another one is in Michigan. Last I saw was about 73%, 75% reporting, but that is an open seat because there is an outgoing retiring senator who is a Democrat. So that's another one that could flip. Right now, Mike Rogers, the Republican, is ahead of Alyssa Slotkin, 51 to 46. In Wisconsin, another one of the battleground states that we've been talking about, there is an incumbent Democratic senator, Tammy Baldwin, who is losing with about 98% reporting, 50 to 48 to the Republican, Eric Hovde. There is in Montana, out there in the west, the top northwest there, that red state, big state, Montana, MT. They still are hours behind, so they have low reporting. It's only about 40%. But there is a Democratic senator there who is currently losing to Tim Sheehy, a Republican. So that's another potential switch. Nevada, another key state that we've been watching on the presidential side. That is another place where there could be a flip. An incumbent senator, Jackie Rosen, is currently down by about a little less than 1% to Sam Brown. So that's another. The only one where it looks like Democrats are going to hold and take a seat is in Arizona. Again, another one of these key swing states we've been talking about, where Carrie Lake, a very, we'll say, bombastic Republican, very, very strong Donald Trump supporter, major election denier in 2020. She is currently losing by about 6% to Ruben Gallego, the Democrat. That is the one place where Democrats are winning right now. But if you add up all this, the way it's going, you're looking at anywhere from 53 to maybe even 55 seats that the Republicans are controlling. And that is a big.
And the question, of course, is: are these MAGA Republicans? Are they bipartisan Republicans? Are they going to be open-minded about Ukraine? Are they election deniers? Where do they fit in terms of how we can work with them?
What to expect?
Yeah. So the Senate is usually a very easy to work with body, right? Being the upper house, they are not okay. So the House of Representatives, they run on an election every 2 years.
Right.
That means they are constantly campaigning, seemingly, right? So you're going to get a little bit more partisanship out of the House of Representatives, whereas in Senate, they have a little bit more time to work with on a 6-year term. So that means that's why you're only seeing about a third of the Senate up for election this year. I think that we can rely on stronger bipartisanship. Of course, they're going to push in their legislation on the Republican front. But I think from the European angle, the European perspective, you can rely a little bit more strongly on a Republican Senate than you might be able to in the Congress.
And just on that, because here we're all about the European reactions and the European angle, and we can bring in now our Rome correspondent, Georgia Orlandi, who can give us the official reactions from there. Georgia, lovely to see you again. What have you got for us?
Good morning, Maeve. But first, I just wanted to take a look at today's main headlines in national newspapers. La Repubblica, America contested, and then La Stampa, American Revolution. They all highlight the sense of uncertainty around America's direction. And then we've just heard from Giorgia Meloni. She wrote on a Twitter account, she said that Italy and the US share a solid partnership and historic friendship, and she's confident that these strategic partnership, she says, will be strengthened even more. And then she congratulated Donald Trump on his victory. We also heard from Matteo Salvini, the leader of the League Party. He said on his Twitter account, patriotism, border control, tax cuts, Christian roots, freedom of speech, common sense. What a historic day. Congratulations, President Donald Trump. Giorgia Meloni in the past few days expressed some neutrality over these elections. And we know that despite the fact that she's been trying to get closer with American conservative circles, commentators here say that it's going to be quite challenging for Meloni for a number of reasons. Number one, Donald Trump might actually perhaps strengthen his friendship with Matteo Salvini, triggering potential divisions within the ruling coalition. But also, let's think of the fact that under Trump, the US will increase its disengagement from European, regional and global affairs. Let's think of, you mentioned there, the European tariffs that could hit Italian exports. Let's not forget that the US is the largest non-EU market for Italian exports. And then we've got the issue of NATO, support for Ukraine, the Middle East. So Meloni will have to strike that balance between trying to protect Italy's interest and maintaining that strong relationship with the US. She'll perhaps try to capitalize politically on her friendship with Elon Musk. Maeve?
Okay. Giorgia Orlandi there reporting for us from Rome. Thank you so much. And you mentioned Elon Musk, of course, in Donald Trump's victory speech a little bit earlier. He did say a star was born and addressed and endorsed Elon Musk, his very good friend who he'd spent a lot of time with. Of course, we heard there as well from Giorgia Orlandi. She touched on the potential tariffs and the reactions here as well from the business community. You're back in the studio because I believe the European markets have opened.
They have indeed. Yes, they have indeed opened. And in fact, we were expecting a sea of red. We were particularly expecting the DAX in Germany to open lower. But what I'm seeing here in front of me is a sea of green with only the IBEX in the red. So the DAX has actually opened up 1.18% at 19,482 points at the moment. We've got the CAC 40 in Paris is up 1.61%. It's 7,526 points. And essentially, and the Euro Stoxx is well up 1.9%. This is surprising. And so why this is surprising is because this is now reflecting Wall Street. So this is now reflecting the US indices. We're seeing the positive momentum on Wall Street from what a Trump win means for business in the US, those corporate tax cuts as well, and what we're seeing, the inflationary pressures, the stronger dollar. For the euro, however, I'm looking at the worst drop since COVID. And we are expecting the greenback, the dollar, to get a lot stronger now with the Trump win if economists and market expectations are anything to go by. So this surprise sea of green that we're seeing this morning could be described as a relief rally. It could be that that market participants were expecting that 2 to 3% volatility in the markets either way. And what we're seeing now is potentially that correction, that relief in the markets as investors now see what the outcome of this election is going to be. But indeed, Bitcoin still up 8%, gold still volatile, and of course, Trump's social has had a good night too. That stock is up as well. Overnight it was up about 13%, and if I have a quick look now, and I can tell you, other companies to watch today, ASML, companies like that are going to be at the Dutch chip manufacturer companies like that were already under pressure with the China tariffs, the EU-China tariffs. But now with pressure from the US, these companies are likely to see a lot of challenges ahead. And so I'm also watching their stock this morning, but just to see how Trump social is doing. Do you think up in the green or in the red? What do you think, Boyd?
I would think in the green. I was going to ask you, do you recall what the markets were doing in 2016 around the same time?
Well, it's quite interesting that you say that. But 2016, around the same time, we also saw that sort of correction, didn't we, with the Trump? But the markets always correct themselves when they have certainty. Mm-hmm. And indeed, this is what could happen this morning. We were expecting a sea of red. We're now seeing green. But just to tell, Trump Media and Technology Company, it was doing well overnight, but now it's gone down 1.16%. So not everything in Trump's favour at the moment.
Okay, and as we saw earlier, a rather subdued victory speech from Donald Trump there when he spoke to his reporters, but also Germany could be in trouble with this. And we heard earlier that there's a bit of a German institutional crisis over there. Liv Schreid, our correspondent, is joining us now from the German capital. Liv, thank you so much for joining us once again. Any official reactions there from Berlin? We do know that Olaf Scholz was on the phone with Emmanuel Macron. What more can you tell us?
Exactly. Exactly as you said, that Scholz has spoken to Macron on the phone, and rather tellingly, that tweet came through from Macron. Scholz has not joined the other world leaders, such as Macron, Meloni and Starmer, in tweeting his congratulations to Trump already. And I'm sort of already starting to wonder if that's perhaps a snub from Scholz, especially as in Scholz's especially as last time as Trump was president, he didn't seem to like Germany very much. In fact, him and Merkel almost didn't see eye to eye together. So it'll be very exciting to see if he sees eye to eye with Scholz this time and how things will continue, especially with the German government on very rocky ground at the moment.
Ground indeed, Liv. And what about Germans themselves? I see you're there in a busy street. Have you got a chance to read the papers? Have you spoken to anyone there to get any reactions?
So what's very interesting is that according to a poll that was done just before voting closed in the States, 2/3 of Germans said that they would prefer a Harris victory. Only 12% said that they would prefer a Trump victory, and that 12% also said that they would vote for the far-right party Alternative for Germany, the AfD. So I expect today we're going to see a lot of disappointed Germans. We have spoken to a couple of the streets and they cannot grasp how Trump has come into a second term. So we will wait to see how things develop.
We will indeed, Liv Schreid. Thank you so much for that live update from the German capital, from Berlin. And as we speak here in Brussels, EU ambassadors are gathering to discuss the outcome. We also saw Ursula von der Leyen, the European Commission President, take to X to express her message, warmly congratulating Donald J. Trump, saying the EU and the US are more than just allies. We're bound, she says, by a true partnership between our people, uniting 800 million citizens. She says, let's work together on a strong transatlantic agenda that keeps delivering for the people. Because, of course, the big question buoyed now in Brussels today will be, what will this all mean for the transatlantic ties that obviously were eroded during the Trump years, and then they were kind of sort of fixed, even though it's always been America first. I'm sure it still will be. What do you see happening there?
Well, you guys have talked a lot about it this morning, as I've been kind of plugged in listening to you while I was over in the other studio. I think, again, maybe I am just taking an American perspective on it. I am less concerned about the relationship than maybe is coming out of Brussels this morning. I think that if we look back to 2016 through 2020, yes, of course, there were the rocky points. Yes, there were the meetings that we had some nice new sound bites that come out of it, and the photos of, you know, the side-eye looks and everything. But at the end of the day, it was not the end of the world between 2016 and 2020. It was not the end of the relationship between Europe and America between 2016 and 2020. Go ahead.
There were those tariffs that Trump introduced on aluminium and steel.
Yeah.
It's a tongue twister, aluminium and steel. He did introduce those tariffs in 2018. So do you not think that he will introduce these 10% or even 20% tariffs? Or do you think it's just all hearsay?
I think he will try to make that push. He will need help in doing so. So I think that there's a negotiation that can go on with it. But I think that it is something that he's talked about a lot. Whether he stands by. Again, campaigns, I mean, it happens here as well in Europe. Campaigns make a lot of promises.
Oh, yeah.
There were a lot of promises in Donald Trump's first campaign in 2016 about building walls that were never built. So there are many promises that go unfulfilled. Whether that one is one of them, I'm not sure. He may have some more backing within maybe some of these new members of Congress that we've been talking about to do so.
What about the Inflation Reduction Act? Do you think he will scrap it?
I think that's a very strong possibility because the Inflation Reduction Act, while we call it the Inflation Reduction Act, was very tied to environmental and climate change policy.
It was the only piece of climate legislation that Joe Biden
but
put in place.
and yet they had to label it the Inflation Reduction Act because
and not
if you
put-
called it a climate change package of any type, they would have not have gotten it through, despite having control of Congress.
Imagine the American Green Deal. No way.
Well, that's good for Europe,
There is-
though. At least that's a good. That's
is
a
good for
shining
Europe.
light. because
Indeed,
it
that's
will
why I'm
encourage
curious to hear the
investment.
Business Europe reaction
Yeah,
a little bit later. Just if you've just joined us, we're very animated here in the studio because we're live on Euronews since 6 this morning, bringing you the latest on the US presidential elections as it stands. Donald Trump is set to be the next president of the United States. I'm here in the studio with our panel. We've been breaking down the news for you all morning. We're also live blogging and bringing you reactions from all across the continent, from our correspondents, from our experts here in the studio, and from our social media analyst in our newsroom. But as we mentioned earlier, later in the week, EU leaders will be gathering in Budapest. Hungary is currently presiding over the rotating EU Council presidency, and Viktor Orban will be inviting leaders from not just the EU but all across Europe for a special meeting. For more on the reactions to this Trump victory, we can bring in now Adam Majer, Euronews' correspondent, who is there for us. Good morning to you. Lovely to see you. Thank you so much for joining us on the show. Please, can you tell us the official reactions there from the Hungarian Prime Minister to this outcome?
Good morning to you as well. Yeah, the Hungarian Prime Minister has already posted a video statement online in which he congratulates on the election victory of Donald Trump, and he has some very strong messages. Like he said that the Trump's victory is maybe the biggest political comeback in the history of the Western Hemisphere, and he says that Trump won against all odds, and that the Hungarian government is very happy that Trump won, and now they are hoping that they can fulfill their plans with Trump in power in the US, and they hope that the world will see peace again now that Trump will have power in the White House.
And Adam, as I said earlier, this much anticipated summit is taking place on Thursday and Friday there in Budapest. How will this news hijack perhaps the meeting and the gathering?
Sorry, can you please repeat the question?
This meeting that Hungary is hosting on Thursday and Friday, the European political community, EU leaders will be gathering there. Do you think that this outcome could set the tone for this important gathering?
At least this is what the Hungarian government hopes. I think they hope that their situation in the European Union will get better because they hope that as the other European partners will see Orban as a strong ally of the American president, they will perhaps treat him a little bit lighter in the hope that probably Orban can negotiate with the American president and get things done which are important for Europe. So I think that is absolutely the expectation of the Hungarian government, that their situation will be easier in the European field as well. And we will see next week how many international leaders will come to Hungary. Orban is announcing that it is going to be the biggest diplomatic event in the history of the country. So they are preparing to host a very big event with a lot of participants and a lot of fuss.
A lot of fuss. And just briefly, what about Hungarian people themselves? How do they feel about this outcome?
I think now everybody is thinking about what will happen. I think people believe that the pressure on the Hungarian government will get smaller because now the ambassador of the United States here in Hungary is very active. He is voicing his opinion in political topics, and he is often criticizing the government. I think people expect that it will change. But what experts think that it is very debatable that are we going to be better in the long run economic-wise because the Hungarian government has very strong ties with the Chinese government, economically but also politically. We have some Chinese big infrastructural things going on in Hungary right now, and there is a chance that with Trump in power, who has voiced deep concern about China's economic work in the world. Now, this might be a point where Trump will try to change the opinion of the Hungarian government, and this might have some effects in the economic field of Hungary as well.
Okay, Adam Magner, thank you so much for that live update there from Budapest. So much to pick apart, so much at stake, as you can see there, for Hungary, for Italy, for France, for Germany, and of course for the European Union itself. Ursula von der Leyen has also expressed her congratulations for Donald J. Trump. President Zelensky has already. Do you want to remind us again what Zelensky has said?
Yeah, absolutely. He was congratulating Donald Trump, and he said that he is hoping to work closer, recalling the meeting with Trump back in September, the meeting where, of course, it was not clear until the very last moment when the meeting would take place, and President Zelensky had to stay in the US longer and go to New York to meet Donald Trump. So it didn't really happen, the same way as it happened with the other candidate, with Kamala Harris. And then he said that this is the line that we are now looking for. I appreciate President Trump's commitment to the, quote, peace through strength. This is the line we also heard from NATO Secretary General. This is very interesting to watch, especially since, of course, Trump's comments about whether how he's seeing how he can imagine putting an end to this war, to Russia's full-scale invasion of Ukraine within 24 hours, and what exactly he sees as the end of it, whether he sees it as Ukraine's victory and Russia's defeat, or he sees through Ukraine concessions of some territory, which is unacceptable to Kiev.
And Sasha, President-elect Donald Trump has said he won't be giving a penny to Ukraine if he wins.
He did, and Vice President as well said so. But again, it's like what Boy just said, it's about some of the campaign promises that not necessarily then materialize. But there is one more thing into it. Regarding, this goes with defense and security with Ukraine as well, but also I would like to then point it out probably at Angela, is about, we've seen Trump withdrawing from WHO, Paris Agreement, and so on and so forth, and threatening to withdraw the United States of America out of NATO. But then I've read some opinion about the fact that he's not necessarily anti-alliance, he's just pro-different style of alliance, and mostly also kind of a bilateral or smaller ones. This is why he is rather willing to create some sort of alliances and deals with separate countries, individual countries. When it comes to Europe, he already spoke highly of Poland, the country whose defense spendings are quite high in terms of GDP. Would that be also something that is possible in terms of trade and economy and tariffs, singling out? And is that possible in general?
Absolutely. I mean, for Europe's response now, it's not going to do them any favours to do a tit-for-tat response, as we've seen between the EU and China over tariffs. Essentially, Europe are now going to need to work with Trump, come up with some strong climate policies, some strong frameworks, some strong policies on markets working together, because essentially it's their growth that is going to suffer if it does not. And so I think rhetoric and statements, of course, are subject to change, as we know, on these campaign trails. And so essentially, I think we'll know behind the scenes in the Commission, they'll have been working hard on what to do if Trump comes in. They'll have come up with plan Bs if these trade tariffs are enforced or not. So indeed, I agree in that respect. I just want to point out as well, I mentioned earlier, I was saying how the Inflation Reduction Act for Europe, I just want to point out on that, make a point there, that there are so many European companies exposed to the US that have set up operations, so they benefit from those incentives. So I just want to highlight a couple of pluses as well for European companies. On the negative side for Europe, where Brussels will also have to pull their socks up, now is to, they really are going to have to do something to retain its talent, because European companies, of course, for those green incentives offered through the IRA Act, if that is scrapped, that will be good for Europe. But if it is not, and if it's just rhetoric, then, Europe really needs to dig deep and get to the bottom of its competition problem, which we know is down to a tsunami of regulation.
I'm not a policy guy, but if I had to wager, I would think that there is a better chance that legislation is scrapped than there is the tariffs going through.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Like, if I'm just between the two.
Well, if the tariffs do go through, 10, 20%, 60% on China, I mean, domestically, it will be great for the US, of course. And the companies, no wonder the stocks are all higher today as a result of that, because they're seeing the benefit. Oil and gas companies as well are going to benefit from that.
And boy, just imagine someone's just woken up. They've tuned on Euronews. Can you just tell them what they need to know?
Oh my goodness, what do you need to know?
Just the headlines.
Guys, the
we
map.
don't need all the numbers.
Guys, the map again. I can't do it without the map. We need the map. All right, the map. There it is. We've talked all about we've talked all about the 7 swing states: Pennsylvania, North Carolina, Georgia, Michigan, Wisconsin, Arizona, and Nevada. You can see 3 of those states that I mentioned, North Carolina, Georgia, and Pennsylvania, are all that deep color red, and that means that they have gone for Donald Trump. The other 4 that are out there are all red still.
And that is our main question here. Why have they gone for Donald Trump again?
Well, so while we were kind of going over things, while we were talking to the correspondents in the field, I started going through some of the exit poll numbers, and I wanted to compare them to 2020. So I pulled PA first, Pennsylvania, which was, of course, the crucial swing state. Our journalist at Euronews called it the one to rule them all, in a nice Tolkien reference. I thought that was great because it is. Of all the swing states, it has the highest population and thus the most electoral college votes. So I wanted to go through and look at exactly. We talked a lot about the gender gap. Could it be historic? Could it be the thing that wins it for Harris? Okay. 2020, Biden 54% in Pennsylvania to Trump 44% in Pennsylvania. 2024, Harris 55% to Trump 43%. That is a 1-point difference. She gained a point, but obviously that wasn't enough. There were clearly other movements that happened. So I wanted to find out where were those other movements that happened. And remember, I talked earlier today about young people because remember we were talking about the trends that happen here in Europe. Oh, there's this young people shift right for whatever this reason. We can get into the ideological aspects of that shift. But I wanted to look at young people. And again, I looked at Pennsylvania. And this one was a doozy. 2020, Joe Biden with 18 to 29-year-olds, 71%.
Wow.
Donald Trump, 29%. 2024, Pennsylvania, 18 to 29, according to the exit polls that we're seeing right now.
And just
53% to 44%. That is almost a 20% drop.
But
for the
why?
Democrats.
But why? I mean, I'm just trying to find this.
We could have this same conversation.
Especially we're talking about the young generation.
We could apply it to Germany and France and all the countries here in Europe as well, because there was a very, very similar shift. I think part of it is, so we talked a lot about over the past week, there has been this big focus on young voters in America. Donald Trump is going on all these podcasts. He went on Joe Rogan. We saw Joe Rogan on stage with him today. And we can bring up Rogan when we talk about climate a little bit more, because Rogan is a big environmentalist, and he's grilled him on it. So, but not to digress. But Rogan has, for example, 11 million daily listeners on his podcast. Most of them are young men. So there was this push toward getting young men. Now, why?
Yeah, but then we have Taylor
beyond
Swift.
The why?
I don't know. I'm just trying to understand this, because when it comes to the youngsters, as you said, over 20% is a significant drop there.
If you want to compare,
okay, one has a podcast. Okay, fine. The social media, but then you have the superstars and the celebrities who are campaigning for Kamala Harris.
But Taylor Swift
with a million.
Taylor Swift is from Pennsylvania. She's from my hometown. I went to church with her until she was about 13 years old.
Did you?
Yeah,
before she was famous.
Yeah. So she is from Pennsylvania. She's from my hometown. The difference between someone like Taylor Swift and Joe Rogan is that Joe Rogan talks about policy and about politics on a regular basis. This is what his his listeners tune in for, is what his kind of unique perspective on this, that, or the other thing is. Taylor Swift isn't talking. Taylor Swift goes out and makes a photo of her with a cat and says, "Oh, I'm a cat lady too. We support Harris." That's not about policy.
What matters to the young people? What are the key themes that you've seen that have really mattered and swayed the young people?
Yeah, so the one thing I'm going to need to dig in on that specific number even more is the women versus men, because I imagine that young women still skew very strongly for Harris, and I think a large part is on the abortion issue. So that is a key one.
Is that something you see rather young women, you're saying?
All women, but I'm saying within the young demographic. within the young demographic, the 18 to 29, which is either young millennials or Gen Z, the Zoomers, right? Within the young demographic, I think that they will, again, we have to try to parse out this in the data right now.
And then we're back here to speak about that for another couple of hours.
But young women probably still skewed strongly for Harris. But what's going to happen, I'm going to go ahead and say the data is showing it, that Trump got a lot of young men. Now we can get into like the ideological discussion about the why, and I would venture to guess, just having seen the conversation play out in America, I would venture to guess like the modern wokeness. I hate using the term woke. I can't believe I'm doing it. All right, the modern wokeness conversation is probably playing a lot into it. Like the young boys have to go to school and they graduate from high school and they go into college, and there's this constant, whether it's a professor, there's constant like, oh, young men, especially young white men, they are given so much more than women. You're in such a better place. You have so much more benefit. Think about everybody else. And young men, I can imagine, if we're looking at maybe an economic situation or the ability to do things, young women now in America are going to college at a substantially higher rate, going to university at a substantially higher rate than young men. Young women are earning power is substantially higher than young men in America. So when young men specifically, I imagine that they hear this rhetoric that comes out, and it comes out strongly from the media, strongly from the left in America, strongly from the education system in America. I couldn't imagine they do anything but like roll their eyes and say, what about me? And so I'm going to get in, you're going to hear me say, as we kind of argue back and forth today about why things happened, what about me is the most important factor in voting, the most important factor in politics. And if they're saying, what about me? I don't have a step ahead. What are you talking about? Maybe that's going to draw them towards someone like Donald Trump, who is just totally against that notion, that ideology.
And just briefly, Elon Musk, a star is born. That's what we heard Donald Trump say. What role could he potentially play in this new establishment?
Oh, that's interesting. Yeah, what he can do there with Trump's team. Yeah.
Well, I'm sure Donald Trump will try to go after him to be on the administration in some respect. I highly doubt that.
Could he be like rather an advisor? Do you see him something like in that regard?
Yeah, but I don't think that would happen. I think he'll be an advisor, but it'll be a very unofficial capacity. Donald Trump has made no bones about calling people from the White House that are not official advisors to the White House or official advisors to himself. So I'm sure it will be a regular conversation that exists between Elon Musk and Donald Trump, but officially.
Boyd Wagner, head of Euronews polling, thank you so much for being with us all morning, for your sharp analysis and witty interventions. Sasha Bacalini, thank you so much as well, our security and defence expert. Shona Murray as well, who's already left us, and Maya Delabum. Also, Angela Barnes, our business editor, thank you so much for your analysis. Thank you as well to James Thomas and to all our correspondents across the continent who have been bringing us all the news as they got it from across the continent. Thank you as well to all our technical crew who helped put this live show together. For more news and analysis on what these votes mean for Europe, mean for you, and mean for the next coming months and years, please take a look at Euronews.com. Our live blog is still rolling and our reporters are on those stories right now. Thank you so much for your time. Take care and goodbye.
Donald Trump declared victory in the 2024 US presidential elections after decisive swing states voted for the Republican nominee.
Russian strikes on Zaporizhia and Kharkiv kill at least 6 and injure dozens more.
Second lady.
Waiting on the final votes to come in, it appears Republican nominee Donald Trump won the 2024 US presidential election. After a nail-biting night in Europe, projections show he won the key swing state of Pennsylvania and its accompanying electoral votes, putting him over the finish line.
We're going to help our country heal. We're going to help our country heal. We have a country that needs help, and it needs help very badly. We're going to fix our borders. We're going to fix everything about our country.
One of the most narrowly won states in both 2016 and 2020, Pennsylvania was considered a must-win state for Democratic candidate Kamala Harris. Trump made inroads in traditionally Democratic-leaning states, blocking Harris's path to the US presidency. Polls had initially projected a knife-edge battle in the voting stations, but Trump ultimately dramatically outperformed expectations. The billionaire businessman won other key swing states like Georgia and North Carolina, whose electoral college votes helped him to be re-elected as the US's head for his second term.
Donald Trump's agenda calls into question US support for Kyiv as well as free trade. The tone is set. Mr. Trump has repeatedly said that he would end the war in Ukraine within 24 hours if elected. The cost of that to Europe would be high.
One scenario is he would cut off the weapons supplies to Ukraine because he would want to forge a deal with Vladimir Putin and over the heads of Ukrainians, over the heads of Europeans, and bring a ceasefire and end to the war in Ukraine basically on Putin's terms.
The Republican candidate also advocates a US retreat into isolationism. At a rally in South Carolina, he even threatened not to defend NATO members that did not pay their dues.
L'idée, c'est que l'Europe doit préparer réellement un monde dans lequel les États-Unis ne joueront plus le rôle qu'ils ont aujourd'hui. Ceci dit, ce n'est pas très différent de ce point de vue-là avec Kamala Harris. Il faut savoir que le monde où les Américains